All right, perps. We live. Um, Trying to do a few things here and get my life in order. So, give me a little bit. I haven't gone live in a while. It's my fault. It is what it is. So, I know I've been missing for like the last month or so. So just getting used to new schedules and trying to figure out uh, life in general. I'm not a morning person. Getting. I'm more a vampire, as you guys know, and my schedule is like early every single freaking day, and it's killing me. But we're working it out. So, and if any of you guys don't like tomato, we're eating tomato because it's good.
It's gross.
So I'm gonna do this too. Not too long back, I was watching the We Like Shooting podcast, and Tony Simon was on there. And I guess I won the door prize when I came in. So this is kind of a mail call video too. So from the We Like Shooting show, I should have been better. I should have pulled the knife out and be like, rah, and open it. But nah, I'm in a mood tonight. So what do we got? Oh, hells yes. So we got the Firearms Radio Network patch from the We Like Shooting show. Damn right. I'm going to start a patch wall. Show you another one. Where'd it go? My man, Yehuda Reamer, this is one of the things he sent me a while back, but this is the gun menorah, one of his original patches, which is freaking badass. So I really do need to start like a patch wall. I'll get something going maybe back. Dyslexic mirror back and kind of that-ish direction. And I'll get one going. That'll be a project for another day. Let's say hi to all the brothers that are out there already, because you guys, I've missed you guys, man, and I ain't even lying about that. We got brother Mike McClune out there, Sam of Anarchy, who is normally kicking ass on some video games. Oh God, what's the game you've been playing lately, Sam? The Fighter. Those have been cool. I remember those old school ones where graphics were nowhere near that damn good. Krabby Turtle, my brother. What is happening?
My brother.
Mike McClune, my brother. Let's see. Manigus some masses. Homeboy, how has it been? There might be meme material somewhere in this stream. And Warsaw should be joining. I sent him a link. Mr. Wilbur, what is happening, brother? Dude, I was up in LJ last month. But I was so damn busy I couldn't really stop to do anything. Next time I'm up that way, we gotta sit. I'm sorry, Daddy. Next time I'm up that way, though, or headed that way, I'll give you a call. We'll go have another beer and get some dinner. Crow, what is happening, brother? How's things been? Yes, everybody knows the monk. So, all right. So anyway, we are going to be listening to Vanderstock v. Garland, which, if you guys aren't aware, that is the basically the ghost gun case, where, of course, ATF and Luminous checked in. What's up, BV? So this is a case where the ATF says that like polymer 80s and shit like that are readily convertible and they are actually firearms. And we're going to look at some stuff because it's funny. This whole readily convertible deal, from what I can see, one of the original cases for what was readily convertible was a case in 1973, I think. I'll pull it up. I'll do a screen share on it in a minute. But the gist of the case is this guy had a Thompson submachine gun. The breech was welded closed, and then the barrel was welded to the receiver, made it non-functional. Well, the ATF, I can't remember exactly how, they found out this dude had this non-functioning machine gun. And the ATF said, well, this is readily convertible. The ATF agent spent 8 hours in a machine shop to refurbish this gun and make it functional again. 8 hours in a fully functional fucking machine shop. Those of us who know firearms realize that I could literally, in 8 hours, I could melt down beer cans and make a receiver out of them and make a functional firearm in 8 hours in a fully staffed machine shop. That's not out of the realm of possibility. So they're going after a couple things that way. One is the polymer 80s, any kind of build like that. They're also kind of hooking around, and they're going to try to go after ARs to put all ARs under the NFA because, let's face it, it would take a hell of a lot less than 8 hours to make I wish I could show one, but YouTube's a bunch of bitches. It would take a lot less than 8 hours for me to convert one of my ARs into a machine gun to make it fire more than one shot with a single operation of the trigger.
Papa, would you get out of the way?
Yeah, BB, yep. And yeah, Crow, I couldn't remember who it was, but yeah, that's the dude who melted down the cans and made the lower out of it. So I mean, it's literally, you could do that. All I need is the mold and whatever I'm using to actually machine out the trigger pocket. It's that simple. It really is. So there's a couple of different things going on with this. And we're going to listen to the oral arguments. I'm going to do a screen share. I didn't download it. I'm going to do a screen share, and we're going to listen to the oral arguments. And these happened, it's the 11th. I think this happened on the 8th or so. It was just like a week ago. And I believe this is Texas. This is the 5th Circuit. And you have to listen to these judges in the 5th Circuit they're on point when it comes to how they were questioning the state's case and where this could lead. They're on point, man. They're not like the 7th Circuit. The 7th Circuit, those guys are insane. There's just no way to put it. The 7th Circuit can look at the Constitution and try to shoehorn any gun control law into it and just basically say, screw the text. Wife's over here making faces at me. So let's see. Let me do a screen share and I'll breeze through. That's Vanderstock Garland recording. Where's it at? I know I got freaking tabs open for days. Let me see, because there's a couple cases involved in this. Let's do this one real quick. We'll start with the Vanderstock v. Garland. So this is the one of the sites I use. This is the SCOTUS blog. July 27th. Of course, it goes through all this. United States Court, District of Texas. I believe they put a stay on this. So they basically told the state, yeah, nice try, Fed boy. It ain't going to work that way. Let me see. That's all the amicus briefs. No, that's not the tab I was looking for. But if you want some good information about what's going on with some of these cases, SCOTUS blog is a good place to go. Where is it? I know I got the damn tab open. That's Blankenship Smith. Here it is. Okay. So this was the original case for the readily convertible. So yeah, I was right. This is 1973. And he was appealing this conviction that he had for having an unregistered machine gun. Let's see, we'll run this real fast. So the firearm in question is an unserviceable Thompson submachine gun. Said he didn't challenge the fact that he had it, so he acknowledges that he had it. And his argument was, which was the correct argument, is this thing's a paperweight. There's nothing you can do with it. The breech is welded shut. The barrel's welded to the receiver. I mean, there's nothing you can do with it. Let's see. Where's it at? So this was the definition that 26 USC defines a machine gun as follows. The term machine gun means any weapon which shoots, is designed to shoot, or can be readily restored. See, in this one, they talk about readily restored, not readily convertible. And that's some difference in between the NFA and the GCA language that the government's really playing around with. Readily restored to shoot automatically more than one shot without manual reloading by a single function of the trigger. And see, I think single function of the trigger is the same in between the NFA and GCA. I'll have to look it up. I'm pretty damn sure. All right. The key question was the first issue raised by the appellant becomes whether or not the machine gun in question could be readily restored to shoot automatically. Sole evidence findings directed by Robert J. Scroggie. This is the scrotum sack for the ATF. Firearms Enforcement Officer, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Department. He testified, and we find, so the court's agreeing with him in this, that the gun was registered to a former owner. The former owner is the one who had the barrel welded and all that shit. To a former owner as unserviceable Thompson submachine gun. The registration stating that the barrel was filled with metal, which, I mean, they welded the breech shut on it, so you can't fit a round into the chamber, which kind of makes it useless. There were 2 welds in the gun, which obviously was when manufacturer designed to shoot. Barrel of the gun was welded closed at the breech, was also welded to the receiver on the outside under the handguard. So, I mean, they left it looking like a functional Thompson sub. It's just a conversation piece, really. Mike White, what's up, brother? So let's see. Scrode testified that there are 2 possible ways by which the firearm could be made to function as such. The most feasible method would be to cut the barrel off, drill a hole in the forward end of the receiver, then rethread the hole, because the barrel on a Thompson, if I'm thinking right, is actually threaded in. So rethread the hole so that the same or another barrel could be inserted. To do this would take about 8-hour working day in a properly equipped machine shop. Another method, which would be more difficult because of the possibility of bending or breaking the barrel, would be to drill the weld out of the breech of the barrel. So, in other words, rechamber it. So, I mean, you're talking serious work to make this into a functional machine gun again. I never did the intro, did I? We got to do the intro, Warsaw. So Warsaw's here. What's up, brother? We still got to do the intro. We have to do the intro. We got to. And then we'll get in. The oral arguments on this are about 30 so minutes long. But let's do Sparta!
Wild intro.
Hey,
Artak,
boys,
what's up, brother?
look what I got here. Hey, where are the white women at?
You can, I think, pretty much you can thank Mike McQueen for that. Intro, brother. I gotta get Swamp Dog on a show with us too. I think he's been busy trying to take care of a bunch of stuff, but I gotta get Swamp Dog on again. So let's do this. Present. We're gonna do another screen share. What is this thing doing?
It's freezing on you.
Oh no, it's just acting stupid for some reason. All right, stop screen share. Okay, now let's do the right screen share. Let's see, where's the oral arguments at? I breezed through this once. So here it is. So I breezed through this once and listened to it. So there's probably, if you're like me, I listen to these things a few times because there's always something that I pick up when I go back in. If I could rub my nose like I got a hair on it. There's always something new that I pick up. Damn, something's got my nose itching. There's always something new that I pick up when I re-listen to this stuff. So for those of you just coming in, again, this is about the ghost gun rule change that the Biden administration and the ATF have done. This is the Fifth Circuit down in Texas. And so this involves especially like Polymer 80 and anybody who's selling products like that. The ghost gun rule, I don't think really affected, say, AR receivers, AK receivers, SETME receivers, stuff like that. They were really going after the Polymer 80 guns and the buy, build, shoot kits and shit like that.
Now, can I also address something, Coop?
Yeah, man.
People think, all right, well, you can always just build one of these things and a criminal is going to use it. I'm like, at a rare percentage, where's the chances likelihood that's actually going to happen,
Well, the thing is even if criminals were using these things like gangbusters, the fact is our rights are not dependent on whether a criminal misuses something.
Exactly.
And
also, another thing, here's another caveat. All right, people worry about these frames and shit that are being made to make a firearm legally on the federal level. Well, here's another thing. People think, all right, well, a person can go in and buy a handgun off the shelf and boom, King Bayani committed a murder. That's not how it works.
Whoever says monkey
And
first
two,
gets to be in the video.
Go.
Okay. I said monkey
Yeah,
first.
finish what you're saying, brother.
and two,
Go, monkey, go.
I told this with Paul on the Polite Society podcast. Like, all right, no civilian is going to go off to a gun store, scratch off the serial number, and do a mass murder of some sort. I mean, criminals have guns that have been handed off to their next member over and over and over. And what's the first thing a criminal does? He scratches off the serial number.
Well, yeah. I mean, you have these firearms, and it's still what the time to crime statistic is still in a number of years before a legally purchased gun is found in a crime.
Yep.
And of course, any criminal with half a fucking brain, when they get a firearm from their crack dealer or whoever else they're buying it from, the first thing they're going to do is deface the serial number.
Which is a 10-year federal offense right there.
Yeah, it used to be 5, now it's 10. The good thing is, and I'll have to look the case up, There was one where a guy had a gun with a serial number removed, and after Brew in the court found that serial numbers being required on firearms is not, constitutional.
Yeah.
Because, serial numbers for the longest time were because firearms, one, it was tracking inventory.
That's the one that was right there.
Two, it was, say, military
Mm-hmm.
when they, assigned someone a firearm, but it was also because a lot of firearms were all hand fitted. So you couldn't take a part from serial number 4473 and put it in firearm 4489 and expect it to work, because everything was hand fitted to a certain firearm.
And here's another example, just a small example. It's like Kalashnikovs. How many Kalashnikovs all over the world have different, tendencies and measurements? Like, get some from Romania and you match it up with some from Russia, it's like a few centimeters off or something.
Well, it's always, there's always this variance in tolerances and things like that, But yeah, let's kick this oral argument off, and everybody, let me know if you can hear this okay, and we're going to listen to it. And more than likely, we're going to be stopping at some point, but I want to let it play as long as I can before my top of my head blows off.
Cases to be argued. We're going to start off with 23.
Give me a 5x5 if you guys can hear this okay.
8, Garland v. Vanderstock. Mr. Janda, step right up. You're batting lead off today.
Thank you, Your Honor, and may it please the court, Sean Janda for the federal government.
Mr. Janda, good morning and welcome to New Orleans. Let's get right to it because I know we have a short amount of time.
Man.
I want to make sure I understand ATF's conception of readily as it's used in the regulatory text. So I'm looking, my version is from the Federal Register, so it's 24,739. Subsection C, I understand that you use the phrase readily converted and readily restored.
Correct, Your Honor.
The statute obviously just says readily. The GCA says readily.
Correct.
Converted. And I gather that we're using readily restored because it's in the NFA.
So, Your Honor, I don't think that there's any substantial distinction there. Restored, I think, is a sort of subset of converted. Converted is to change from one thing to another, whether you're restoring, assembling, converting in the first instance. So that's what we were saying.
Let's stop this for a sec. Crow, I don't know 100% whether that would be a crime if you put the serial number on there, because technically only a licensed company can serialize a firearm. So if you serialize it, basically that serial number really doesn't count according to the feds. Now, do I think they would try to get your ass over it? Oh yeah, because they're a bunch of dirty bastards. What's up, G23? What's happening, brother?
Good. Yeah, that was my sense of it, because it looks like there's a lot of use of NFA cases, for example. So you rely in footnote 43 on United States versus Smith in cases that involve NFA readily restore as interpreting what the ATF now means as readily convert. Am I following so far?
Story of Your Honor. So what ATF is doing in the rule, as ATF explains, it is trying to give more sort of content and notice to this longstanding practice of treating things that reach a particular stage of manufacturing or machining as frames or receivers or as weapons, and to try and sort of build out and give that notice. ATF is pulling from sort of decades of case law interpreting, both in the GCA and the NFA context, the concept of readily.
And that makes perfect sense to me. So we're going to use both bodies of case law to help people understand what it means to readily turn one thing into another.
Correct.
Great. So in case like, say, United States versus Smith, which ATF relies on,
well,
someone takes
my son believes
a machine gun,
free ball is the way to go.
Welds the receiver and the breech.
I can't argue with him.
And the 8th Circuit holds 52 years ago. That's readily converted. I'm sorry, readily restored, but I guess it doesn't matter. We could use, since the text uses both, so it's readily converted or readily restored into a machine gun, because somebody with a sophisticated understanding of metallurgy in 8 hours in a metal shop could turn it into a machine gun. I'm following so far?
That may be what Smith says, Your Honor. I'll be honest, I don't have a in-depth understanding of what was necessary in Smith. That being said, I think in this particular case, ATF, in trying to give content to readily, has provided 8 different factors that sort of go to that question.
Listen to that. 8 different factors that go into theirs is readily restored. 8 different factors. And the judge, I think, in a little bit busting out on this, basically saying that the state is keeping this shit as vague as they can, and which they are.
And some of those factors are things like how much time it would take, the sort of tools you need, the expertise, the skill. And so, whether under ATF's definition that particular product will be readily restored, I don't know the answer.
Oh, ATF gave us the answer. It said yes. It says see United States versus Smith. It's in footnote 43 of the rule. It says this is well established and everyone should understand it. I feel like you've given me the answer. Now, I'm not sure if it helps you to say, well, we have an 8-factor balancing test and maybe the answer would come out differently today. It's either one or the other. It's either we think Smith is a good case, which is why we relied on it and put it in the Federal Register and put it in the final rule and everyone should be on notice of it. Or actually, we're going to backtrack from it using an 8-factor balancing test. And Godspeed, America. Maybe you can figure it out. Maybe you can't.
So again, I don't know what ATF would say about the particular product at issue in Smith today. I don't necessarily read the rule as taking a position on that. The rule looks to this developed body of case law to think about the sorts of factors that are relevant. That being said, I think it's important in the context of this particular case to remember that this is a facial challenge to these 2 provisions of the rule. I don't think there's any dispute in this particular case about whether plaintiffs' products are in fact readily converted to be functional frames and receivers, or sort of readily assembled into functional firearms. And
there's a lot of challenges in this case as to what the word readily means. And ATF has tried to put everybody on notice, as you pointed out. The whole purpose of this rule is to tell the world what readily means. And so you've given us both an 8-factor balancing test and some cases. And the thing, to put a fine point on this, here's what I don't understand. If 8 hours of sophisticated understanding of metallurgy, a well-equipped shop, and ability to saw off a barrel, retap a new barrel nut, put in a new barrel, fix the welds, and turn that into a machine gun, if that is readily, which is what ATF says in the rule, why is it that every American in the United States who has an AR-15 doesn't have a readily converted machine gun? Because as I'm sure you know, and as ATF knows, there are articles all over the internet. For pennies, and for minutes, people can turn AR-15s into machine guns by simply changing the sear. You can use parts that you can buy readily available on the internet. You can use coat hangers. This is all over the internet. It's very
pause.
Yep.
What this guy is not going to tell you is that it's a federal crime, not to mention the feds are fishing online for even people putting their credit card information on that sites.
Oh man, yeah, it's
the moment you put your information out there, you just dox yourself and incriminate yourself.
Oh yeah, man, it's there's no doubt, man. People don't realize that there's nothing that we do electronically that the government is not collecting data on. I mean, you had the head of the NSA admit in a congressional hearing that every single bit of electronic communication is captured by the NSA, and they can search that by keyword. So there's nothing we do where we're not spied on. We live in the most spied on society that has ever existed. What's up, Z? What's happening, brother? What was Crow saying? That's all, folks. This is the 1970s, right? Well, this case had a lot to do with the 1973 Smith case. And then there are a few other cases that are stacked on top of this. Let's look at something real quick though, because I think, oh God, where's it at? Let's look at this real fast, and then we'll get back to listening to Vanderstock. This should be old Josh Shapiro, who was giving freaking JSD supply such shit because he's completely anti-gun. He's a lying sack of shit. And I absolutely believe this sumbitch should be in jail for perjury in front of Congress for his testimony. But let's see whether this is Now, granted, Shapiro and his people put this video together, but they bought, I think, 2 polymer 80s. Josh Shapiro didn't convert those. He brought them to an ATF guy, and an ATF guy is the one who actually finished out the frame. And I'm looking, we'll listen to the arguments some more, but I'm looking for him testifying in front of Congress in a hearing. And you guys will all see this guy's a lying sack of shit. What are you saying, Sam? A couple of times I thought about building polymer 80 variants, legally selling to friends, giving them. Yeah. I mean, because you couldn't say manufacture a firearm and then sell it even to a friend without having the proper licensing. However, if I build a P80 and I decide, shit, man, I'm tired of this and I'm going to build another one and I want to sell one of my P80s, that is completely legal. But now, since this whole freaking crap that the ATF's doing now, if you so much as sold a gun and made $1 off of it, if you don't have an FFL, they want to put your ass in damn prison.
Like this. And I think that could open up some.
Oh, shut up, lady. I guarantee you that's not Josh Shapiro putting this thing together.
There's no way in hell.
No, fuck no. He's working at Dremel like a champ.
Wait, pause. I just noticed something.
What's that?
This is on YouTube, right?
Yep.
So technically,
show, yep.
The ATF is violating their terms of service.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep. It's funny as shit, isn't it? Look at him. He's showing where you're drilling the holes. You put that on your channel, you're getting banned, baby. I love how they try to make it look like, oh, it's that simple.
Yeah. Hey, Coop, I got a video I want to share with you. All right, let me put this in the side chat.
Yeah, kick it over and I'll pull it up.
It's just a short video. But
let me find the right tab.
It's funny
here.
that, we're living these weird times with this administration. But these fuckers, these gang members, they're getting these fucking auto sears left and right, and they're causing havoc in the streets of Chicago and other cities like New York and others. Look at this. This is on a daily convenience, 24/7 every year, dude.
So I got, bam. So I'm going to have to bring up this.
Oh, and last I checked, every round you're firing out of a firearm into the sky is also a felony.
Yeah. Let's share this tab real quick.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Where the fuck do you think those rounds are going to be coming?
Y'all really shoot.
That one almost looked like a binary. Those are full autos.
Like this, the part I don't get. What y'all really shoot?
Yeah. Yeah. You think the ATF is going after those guys? Oh, hell no. Let's see. Let's get back to the oral arguments, and then I'm gonna try to find in the background. I'm gonna try to find the freaking Josh Shapiro testifying. Oral argument recordings. Where's it at? What the hell? Where'd it go? There it is.
Easy to do. So is an AR-15, in your view, readily and when I say that, I mean just a semi-automatic AR-15. Is it readily converted to a machine
Too many choices, Bernie. What's
so I
up?
can't answer that question, Your Honor.
It takes
Rule does
seconds.
not-
It takes minutes.
Does not answer that question.
So you
The
can't tell me
definition of
something that
machine
takes
gun
minutes.
in the NFA.
Counsel, you can't tell me if something that takes minutes and pennies to convert is readily converted.
So the NFA, my memory is, Your Honor, which again is not directly issued in this case, includes slightly different language with respect to.
Hold on. So, hold on. You just told me at the outset of this argument that they're the same. There's no difference. Your words, not mine.
No, Your Honor, the word readily appears in both statutes. ATF draws on the bodies of case law under both statutes to define that particular word. That being said, my memory, again, the NFA is not the issue in this case. Plaintiffs haven't raised any of these sorts of arguments.
Oh, they absolutely do. They say we don't know what readily means. They say it's void for vagueness, it's arbitrary and capricious, it violates the due process clause. They read page after page after page. We don't know what readily means. And you can't tell me what readily means. You won't tell me that it means 8 hours of sophisticated understanding of metallurgy in a well-equipped shop, and you won't tell me if it takes minutes and pennies. So what is it?
You're right. Again, I cannot tell you because I don't know how ATF AR-15s are not issue in this case. That being said, again, there is no particular as-applied challenge in this rule, and ATF is happy to provide guidance with respect to particular products, with respect to the sort of polymer 80 frames, for example, where ATF issued the open letter. And I don't take plaintiffs to be, at least at this point in the case, challenging any of ATF's particular determinations about either factually how easy it is to convert many of their products to functional frames and receivers or to functional firearms, or to be challenging ATF's interpretation or understanding of readily as applied to those products. And so, again, we're happy to have sort of, if someone disagrees with ATF's understanding, we're happy to have a fight about a particular product, but that's just not the challenge that they're bringing. In this case, I mean, the challenge they're bringing is a facial challenge to the rule. As I understand their understanding of ATF's authority, is the ATF has no ability to regulate anything that is not already a fully functional frame and receiver. As we explained in the brief, or a fully assembled firearm. As we explained in the brief, that just is wholly inconsistent with the statutory text, with decades of practice, and with this court's precedent. And that's, I think, all this court needs to say. The vagueness challenge obviously wasn't ruled on by the district court. I think it would be fine for this court to rule on the two challenges that were ruled on by the district court and send it back for the district court to consider the vagueness challenge in the first instance. But again, that's, I think, just not really an issue in this particular appeal.
And your position is you don't know what readily means. That's what I heard you say a minute ago. You can't tell me.
I mean, ATF defines
he's
readily.
not
There
going
are
to tell you.
pages of examples and explanations. ATF has issued, as I understand it, more than 40 particular classifications after the rule with respect to particular products, has issued open letters with respect to sort of commonly available products like the polymer 80 frames, like certain AR variant receiver blanks, which ATF found were not readily converted into firearms. And so again, it's a qualitative standard. It's not a standard that I can stand up here and say reduces down to a single thing. That being said, again, I mean, readily has been in both statutes for decades. I'm not aware of any case holding that the readily in either statute over those decades is unconstitutionally vague or can't be applied. It might be sort of edge cases. There may be hard cases, and there are different factors that have to be looked at.
Counsel, how would you reconcile a shift in language from the FFA to the GCA, where Congress explicitly amended the statutory language to exclude any part or parts of a firearm, with the final rule's inclusion of the weapons parts kit?
So the final rule, Your Honor, includes not regulation of individual parts, which is what Congress had done previously, but rather includes regulation of assemblages of parts, say in a kit, that allow an individual to readily assemble their functional firearm.
Are you making a distinction between a single part as opposed to a kit that contains parts to be assembled?
Correct, because a single part, a single barrel or a single stock, it may not itself be readily converted into.
This dude, and I'm still trying to find this where Josh Shapiro testifies in front of this. I think it was a Senate subcommittee on ghost guns. Watching these dudes testify in these hearings, if me being me, I would have given them all polymer 80s and a freaking Dremel and everything else and told them I want to because he talked about, this can be done in 20 minutes. You get this ghost gun. It's like a real gun. I'd have given him the kit and all the tools and been like, bitch, I want a fully functional gun in 20 minutes. Get to work.
a functional or operational firearm, when you put all the parts together in a kit that in fact allows for that sort of ready assembly, then the assemblage of parts, the kit altogether, is itself both designed to and is readily converted into an operational firearm. And that accords, and I think, with, again, decades of practice and precedent. I mean, we cite a number of cases in our brief involving disassembled weapons, where someone has sort of done the reverse and taken apart the weapon. And courts uniformly hold that those weapons constitute firearms, often under the sentencing guidelines, but it's the same definition that we're talking about in this case. And here, it's just, rather than having it.
Okay, let me stop it right there for a sec. Warsaw, if you have a functioning firearm and you take it apart and you put all the parts in different boxes, that's still a functioning firearm, is it not?
If the receiver has holes in it, it's technically a firearm.
Yeah. So they're trying to conflate two different things. One, if I get a polymer 80, there's no way I can just slap that thing together and make it fire. There's work I have to do to make it a functioning firearm. Unlike if someone took apart their polymer 80 or Glock and gave it to me and was like, here, all I have to do is put it together and I have a functioning firearm. If it is a firearm, it is going to remain a firearm until I destroy the receiver. Whether it's flame cut, crushed, you name it, that receiver, that frame is a firearm.
Correct.
Now, polymer 80s and 80% receivers are not firearms because they have never been finished to the point where you can assemble them and make them fire.
That's where the 20% comes into you or me.
Yeah, it's freaking.
That's why it's why it's called 8%.
What's going on, brother? Well, yeah, I mean that was an industry term that they came up with to promote
together and taken apart. It's this, more or less the same thing before it's.
Let me ask a more general question that's implicit in the one I just asked you. Why wouldn't Congress be the ones to alter the language as opposed to an agency?
Because Congress, Your Honor, doesn't need to do anything because the statutory language covers the non-functional frames and receivers and the kits and parts. I mean, Congress has, with respect to the weapon parts kits, said that a firearm is anything that can be, any weapon that can be readily converted into an operational status. And I just don't understand how you could read that language.
Because I'm looking at 921A3, the definition, the GCA definition of firearm. Is it the government's view that a frame or a receiver itself is a weapon?
So, Your Honor, the frame or receiver of the weapon is regulated as a firearm. I mean, that's...
Say that again?
Subsection A says a weapon that is readily converted.
Right.
And then in subsection B says the frame or receiver.
No readily converted language in B.
That's correct, Your Honor. But I mean, two things. One is, as we explained in the briefs, we think that that's just the most natural way to read that language. It's the way that people talk. And in A, Congress has sort of defined a firearm by function. And so it says a weapon that will expel a projectile, a functional weapon.
We're not to read anything into the fact that subsection A, which talks about weapons that are readily convertible, there's that language in subsection A, but there's no such readily convertible language in subsection B, yet we're supposed to import it because that's the most natural.
No, you're right. I mean, Congress has not defined the term frame or receiver. So in the definition of firearm, Congress sort of has a two halves definition. So firearm is functional firearms, those that will expel a projectile, and also non-functional firearms, those that may rarely be converted to functional or they're designed to be functional. And we think that accords, again, with sort of the natural understanding. If you say, you know, if you have a bicycle, as we explained in our brief, whether it's sort of you can ride it right now or whether it has some plastic on it that you need to take off before you can ride it, it's still a bicycle. But so Congress, in providing the definition, has sort of done functional half, non-functional half. Congress hasn't done either of those halves with frame or receiver. Congress has left it to ATF to define the term in the first instance. And so we think that ATF, in defining the term, acted one, I mean, according to, as we said, the way that people just ordinarily use language, which does not import sort of a functional limitation, but also consistently with kind of the end result of Congress's two halves definition when it itself defined the term in the first half, or in the first provision of
I love you too, baby. Go
Counsel,
on.
can you help me with the two examples that are on
Hey,
24,739 of the Federal Register?
you're
So
fixing to
there
go
are
to bed. You hear
two
me?
AR-15 blanks
All
or
right.
billets. Same piece of metal. They're both been changed from their, as ATF calls it, the primordial state of raw metal block. And they're identical, right? They've got the cutouts, but they're not hollowed out on the inside. They're not indexed. ATF says one, not a framer receiver, but the other one is a framer receiver if it is sold with a jig. You with me so far?
Yes.
You agree with my understanding of what it says?
Yes, Your Honor. Or I mean, template, but yes.
How does the presence or absence of a jig change the piece of metal? Right? You're not regulating the jig, you're regulating the metal. And you're
That is a absolutely perfect question for this situation.
Actually, Coop,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
No, you're good, brother.
correct me if I'm wrong. The jig itself, didn't the NFA also regulate the jigs on, full lotto sears that you only a person who's actually an SOT license can actually operate one of those?
I don't think they've ever done anything with just the jig itself.
Because last time I checked, the NFA might have actually also gone on that, I think, which I think you did.
Because I don't think they've done anything with the jig itself. They have, of course, thrown a fit. Like if they try to say that AKs were actually machine guns because the X and Y stamping gave you the location for the third pin. And then they raised hell about AR receivers that had some sort of dimple or mark where the third pin would go.
Yep.
Now they did, of course, anything like an auto sear, they raised hell about. And then, something like a lightning link, drop-in sears and stuff like that, they've had issues with.
Well,
but as far as just a standard jig, as far as I know, they've never done anything about just the jig itself.
Then again, we have CRS locked up.
Yeah, for
it's just etching out of metal.
I can go, which I did it the other night when I was in the listening to Crump and everybody. I can go online right now. I can find the specifications for a lightning link. Easy. I can find the measurements where I can bend a coat hanger to make a drop-in auto sear. All that information's out there.
It's just the intent. They don't like you using it, so that's the intent.
Well, that's where you get into something like constructive possession and all that bullshit. Jason, what's up? Shauna, what's happening, my sister? Angry Sarge, brother man. How you doing, man? Hopefully you're staying safe out there, brother.
There's something also I like to bring up. Since we're talking about, constructive intent and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's actually a video I came across 8 months ago. It derives with, even though it's not in the United States, it's up in another country, England. In England, they actually are capable of buying deactivated guns that are actually machine guns that actually were welded and shit. And, you could actually buy one there in England, and you could actually keep it as a prop.
Yeah, there's all sorts of basically like not necessarily like a demilled gun like what we think about, but what they'll do is they'll normally weld the bolt face, the breech face, and a lot of them will drill a hole in the barrel.
Yep.
Like underneath the handguard or something like that. It's basically deactivating the gun is what it is.
Yep.
Which in the case we're talking about, like with the 1973, the Smith case, he had a deactivated machine gun.
Yep.
If you have to take, much like with CRS's case, if you have to take the experts from the ATF to make a gun function, that's a bunch of bullshit, because you could actually build a gun from scratch in that amount of time in 8 hours in a fully functional machine shop.
Well, Coop, this is another crazy thought. Okay, how many people have gotten stabbed to death with knives on the streets? Nobody talks about it.
Oh man, they ain't saying shit about it.
And how many people on a daily basis make their own blades, especially people on YouTube I've seen that are illegally doing it? They're going to regulate that?
All right. Here we go. I found this testimony. Let's listen to a little bit more of this oral argument, and then I'm going to switch over to Shapiro's testimony.
Saying the middle has to be serialized, the blank or the billet.
Okay.
That's the thing that is the framer receiver. That's the thing that's covered by the GCA. That's the thing that is regulated by the ATF, not the jig.
She's fine.
So how does the
Why-
presence or absence of the jig turn a piece of identical metal
Showing off
into
snaky
or
poo
out
here.
a framer receiver?
That's the new one.
So to be
I
clear,
don't
Your
think I've
Honor,
seen her.
I don't think any challenge to
Let me make myself bigger.
its regular definition applies
So-
to those two things is before this court.
It's
That
I'm
being
sorry,
said,
it's in subsection
Corn
C.
snake.
We're here on a facial challenge
And a
to
very
subsection C, and
pretty
it's literally the
corn
example.
snake.
It's I can read it to
Very
you if you
polite.
have it in front of you.
Yeah.
It's
I
example
understand
1,
it.
2, paragraph C. Example 2,
She's
to
getting ready
paragraph
to
C.
shed.
It's literally the thing in front of us.
So, Your Honor, again, I
Her
do not
eyes
think
are
it's the thing in
cleared
front of you. I don't think there's been
up,
arguments
I
made in this
kept
court
talking, but-
about the particular examples or the particular way that ATF has interpreted
Yeah, Crow,
how its
you're
regular
right.
definition applies to specific products.
You don't
Again,
think
there's a
we're
vagueness
here on
challenge raised in one of the briefs. I think this court could send it back. It wasn't ruled on by the district court, and it doesn't go to the key thing, I think,
So
before this
the
court.
rest-
But taking the examples head on,
Mhm.
the
No, I haven't showed
definition
that
of
yet.
readily includes,
Which a lot of
if
guys
anyone
seen that.
disagrees, this is an ordinary understanding of readily. It includes
Look at
thinking
that
about the
yourself.
amount of
Ah,
skill and
I
time
don't
that is
like keeping
required,
anything things.
to convert the
I wouldn't have
product.
kept it in the
Readily
house. I
converted,
put it on
or more likely to be readily converted if less skill and time is needed. And so if a product is sold with a jig that sort of shows you exactly where to drill and you just put it in and you drill the hole, that requires less skill, less precision, less expertise, and less time than taking a receiver blank without a jig where you have to figure out exactly where to drill to make the product operable. And that's all.
Okay, so by this douchebag's logic, if I have the skill to basically mark out a piece of material, cut it out, make an auto sear, I mean, there's a lot of skill involved in that. So by his logic, that should be legal because it takes time, it takes skill, it takes some machinery. This is the fucking idiot nature of this goddamn argument, and it drives me up a freaking wall. Where's my... Here we go. Now we're back.
All ATF is saying is that when we're thinking about sort of the availability of or what's being sold with the product, we're just trying to think about whether someone can in fact readily convert the product. And it's the same thing where ATF thinks about, for example, the tools that are required and how commonly available or commonly possessed those tools are. It's the same thing. If you need to go out and get some sort of very special, very expensive tool to convert the particular piece of metal into a functional frame or receiver, then that is less likely to be readily converted. If you can do it with common tools, it is quite.
All right. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
One brief question. I know your time is up. If you could briefly respond, how would a remand to the agency as opposed to a vacator provide any relief to the parties? Is the ATF willing to do some sort of fix as a result of this litigation?
I think it's hard to understand, Your Honor, exactly what that would look like without understanding what this court thinks any deficiency in the rule would be. We haven't, at least in this court, I think, explicitly asked for remand without vacator based on the way that the district court resolved the case. We don't think vacator is appropriate. I'm happy to not go into
Is there
that.
any way I can get you to put underwear on that child?
We have not specifically asked for remand.
The wubba.
You still got 5 minutes on
Bring me
your
your
rebuttal.
honey,
Thank you.
See
Mr.
ya.
Patterson, you're
I'm
up.
afraid he's going to flash the whole audience here in a little bit.
Morning, may it please the court, Pete Patterson for Appalese. The district court correctly held that the ATF exceeded its authority in two critical ways. First, by defining firearm to include items that are not frames or receivers, but that with
Oh,
additional
yeah.
manufacturing
What's that mean?
become frames or receivers. And second, by defining firearms
Not a snake psychologist.
You're
that are
supposed to
not
be.
weapons, but that can assist.
I mean, I can
individuals
tell when
in
they're getting
weapons
pissed
of
off,
their
but-
own use. And for that reason, the district
You
court
know how
correctly
much it would
vacated
take
the
to get
ATF's
her pissed
rule.
off.
Starting with the definition of a frame or
Just trying to
receiver,
grab
a frame or receiver simply is something that can operate as a frame or receiver. And the ATF's mistake can be seen from the very text of the rule itself, which says that a frame or receiver includes items that can be readily converted into functional
find your
frames
undies.
or receivers.
Mm,
And the
go find your
ATF in its
undies.
own brief says that to convert means to change from one state to another. So if something needs...
Yeah, I've got to do it just cause I've got some Unistrut at the shop, and it would make a perfect receiver for damn near like an AK build if I did it the way I'm thinking about. And I've got to do it just because. I mean, it's just to show the idiocy of this stuff, that I could take a piece of Unistrut, which is a common product used by electricians and HVAC guys and all kinds of shit, and use that as a receiver. It's like, Brandon Herrera, his prototype for the AK-50 before this last prototype was just a piece of freaking off the shelf. Hold on, I got a snake wrapped around my stuff. Was just a piece of off the shelf
Don't yell.
channel is all it was. Channel iron. It was just off the shelf. You go to Lowe's and pick the shit up. Unistrut, Crow's throwing it out there. 4x2 rectangular tube. Yeah. Crow.
Speaking of which, let me show you something.
What you got, brother?
Let me see if I can find it. It was like 5 days ago I saw this thing. Where the hell was it?
Same place your keys are at.
You talk about Unistrut and stuff like that. Let me see if I can find this thing.
Bro, I don't even think I'd have to weld in rails on it. I think I could probably take, because it's got a lip folded over, I think I could probably raise that lip up. No, you're right. I might have to weld in rails. I could probably do it with a set of stock AK rails that I have and just use the spot welder and weld them in. Because to be honest, all you need is a place for your bolt to ride that's in line with a trunnion. I mean, AK receivers themselves are not hard. And I'm pretty sure I could do a build with that Unistrut. And I seriously have to do it. I stare at that damn piece of Unistrut almost every time I'm out there picking up material.
This is what I came across. Some guy built this Mac 10. Look at this thing.
All right, let me pull that over.
And it's all homemade items you get at a tool shop. Look at this thing.
Mac 10 I made.
Yeah.
The construction waste, basically. There's not one part on here really that didn't come from the garbage, except for this rail. It's all stuff I got off other things. But the metal I used, old pieces of garage doors I took out from the 40s and 50s when, what is that shit? They used metal back in the day. It wasn't plastic or any fucked up scum shit like that. And somebody gave a shit. But the hardware bolting the receiver together is all from the through the door lock kit.
That's freaking.
They give you I don't know. It's hard to explain. You'd have to see it. This I got from an estate sale or not estate sale. Side of it in there too. Shoot into an I-beam or fucking. But they're heavy. I have shot it.
And I don't think that's legal, by the way.
If he built it semi-auto, he's good. If he built it full auto, nope, not so good.
No, it's because the bolt. The last time I checked, it can't be an open bolt gun. It's got to be a closed
No.
bolt.
You can have an open bolt gun and still be a semi-automatic. Now, damn Fudbusters did a show on it. And then I did some research on it after that. But yes, as long as it is constructed, originally designed as a semi-automatic gun, it can be open bolt. But it has to be, it can't be like a grease gun or something like that, an open bolt that you've made semi-automatic, which is kind of screwy because there are a lot of semi-automatic Uzis out there. The Hoff Everybody should remember the Hoff.
God rest his soul.
He talked about it. He also talked about the plate that actually made the gun semi-auto. You can fracture that plate, and if that plate failed, then you can actually put that in the registry of the NFA. That's about the only way a new gun could be added to the NFA. I'd have to find his show on that, but yeah, you can have an open bolt gun that is made as a semi-automatic.
And then that also includes the type of firing pin. This I heard from a fireman's expert.
It's real screwy when you get into open bolt.
Mm-hmm.
Into a frame or receiver, it clearly is not itself a frame or receiver.
Prior to the
I'm here.
didn't the ATF routinely make determinations of completeness?
Well, the ATF did make determinations of completeness, but the ATF's position before the final rule, this can be seen in the Syracuse litigation that we've cited. They said you cannot take the readily converted language from Part A and import into Part B. So that was their legal position before enacting the final rule. That's our legal position.
Gabbard, what's up, brother? I just saw you come in.
Natural understanding. Then why did Congress have to include it in Part A if that's part of the
been a while, brother.
Understanding? And we certainly did raise this issue of the same piece of metal potentially being a frame or not being a frame, depending on what is sold with it. I believe we put those pictures in our brief.
Yeah, I'm completely shocked. Like I'm looking at the DOJ's brief, and I mean, they say the district court erred in holding the rules definition frame and receiver to partially complete, disassembled, non-functional frames and receivers violates the GCA. They've got it right there. The district court so held it. You raised it as your first question. You've got illustrated pictures of it all in your brief, and then the Justice Department stands up in court today and says, "No, none of this is in front of us." I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm confused too, Your Honor. I mean, it's maybe what they're saying is that we're not raising an as-applied challenge as to those items, but we're raising a facial challenge, and that's illustrative of why this rule goes beyond the ATF's authority, because clearly it's regulating items that aren't frames or receivers if they say the same piece of metal can be regulated in certain circumstances, but not other circumstances. So the ATF has clearly exceeded its authority in that circumstance. The same with respect to the parts kits. And what's critical to understand about the parts kits is this only has relevance to the extent the kit does not include a frame or receiver. Because if the kit included a frame or receiver, then it would already be a firearm under Part B. But that makes a hash of the statute because the Gun Control Act just does not conceive of a firearm without a frame or receiver. 923I tells manufacturers on every firearm that you manufacture, you have to put a serial number on the frame or receiver. So if an item is classified, a kit, as a firearm, and there's not a frame or receiver, again, that's the only marginal difference this can make. There's nowhere to put the serial number. It just doesn't make sense. So under the Gun Control Act, there must be a frame or receiver. So that sinks the definition. Also, the Gun Control Act says that weapons, including starter guns, that can be readily converted to.
Now, here's one thing about the readily convertible. When this whole deal about pistols, starter guns, readily convertible, there were cheap revolvers that were coming into the country, and what the manufacturer did is they just basically poured lead down the barrel to block the barrel, and then they sold them as starter guns. Well, your average person with 3 brain cells to rub together realized that you could heat the gun up at a temperature which would melt the lead. You could press the lead out of the barrel, and then you had a fully functional firearm.
A projectile by the action of an explosive. So it's talking about conversion of one type of weapon into another type of weapon. It's not speaking of taking a non-weapon and providing tools that can assist individuals into making a weapon. So the parts kits are excluded for that reason. Additionally, other sections of the Gun Control Act, including the definition of destructive devices, silencers, and machine guns, expressly single out combinations of parts and say that those can be covered, and yet that's absent here. So for these reasons, we think the ATF has clearly exceeded its authority under both of these sections, and that vacatur was the proper remedy. Under Section 706 of the APA,
Yeah,
courts
it's
are directed.
fixing to be
Congress
no
told them,
nights.
you shall set aside agency action that exceeds authority or is otherwise unlawful. And at the time the APA was enacted, Black's Law Dictionary defined vacate. One of the definitions of vacate was to set aside. And the definitions of set aside included annul and revoke, similar terms. Very shortly thereafter, the federal courts understood this language to mean vacate. And similarly, this court's precedent establishes that the language means to vacate. And so I don't think there's any question under this court's precedent and under the proper interpretation of the APA that vacatur is a proper remedy. The other side raises some arguments how, well, even if vacatur is a proper remedy, it shouldn't be entered in this
Why are
case.
you squeezing like that?
Black and red. First, they say you should have considered an injunction before vacating the rule, but that should be backwards, because an injunction is only to be entered when there's no alternative remedy that would be remedy the plaintiff's harm. And here there is a statutory directive to courts that you shall set aside unlawful agency action. That's what the Supreme Court said in Monsanto. Before entering an injunction, courts must consider whether a less drastic remedy, such as vacatur, would remedy the plaintiff's harm. So they get things backwards by saying consider an injunction first and then vacatur. The statute and equitable standards say that you do it in the opposite direction.
Assuming vacatur is the proper relief to be granted, is it possible under the facts and circumstances here to limit?
Sorry,
that
I was
to
muted.
name?
But yeah, too many choices.
No,
You're 100%
there's
right.
I don't know that it's possible in any circumstance to have an as applied vacatur. Vacatur, as this court said in Data.
What's that?
Nah, I haven't, man. But the last month or so, man, I haven't. I've been lurking in a lot of. You can go through my history. You'll see I've been lurking in a lot of chats and shit like that, and catching up on chats and catching up on shows during the day and stuff like that. But nah, dude, I haven't. So I don't know. I'm hoping he'll freaking I'll catch him in the chat or see him in some of the shows, but no, I haven't heard from him.
How many planets in the solar system?
What is?
How many planets in the solar system? He said 8 a second ago.
Yeah, my son is working on planets.
Astronomy?
Yeah. Dude, I pulled him out of the truck last night. He stayed at my parents' place Saturday night into Sunday because I was on a gator hunt. And I picked him up Sunday night, and it's dark by the time we got home. But I pull him out of the truck, and he immediately points to the stars in the sky and goes, what was it? Mercury. Was it? Yeah, Mercury and Venus. He started talking about the planets. Kid's 3.
Hey, Coop, here's a little advice for you.
Yeah.
Ask your kid, what other planet has a big red spot like Jupiter?
I would not be surprised if he actually answered that question. What other spot has it? What was it? And what other planet has a big red spot like Jupiter?
Yep. It's a gas planet, obviously. You just got to figure out which one it is.
I don't know it. I wouldn't be surprised if my son knew it.
Other than Jupiter?
Yeah.
Neptune. It's Neptune.
Yeah.
To formally nullify and revoke
Hey,
a
Papa.
rule. And it
Planet
doesn't
has a
make
big red
sense to
spot.
say a rule is formally nullified and revoked with respect to one
No,
party,
what
but it's
planet has a
not
big red
formally
spot?
nullified and revoked with respect to another party. So I think the mistake here is mixing
What planet has
concepts
rings?
relating to injunctions with concepts
Saturn, very
relating to an
good.
injunction operates against a party. And so if a party was enjoined, the rule would still be there, but you would tell the official, okay, don't enforce that rule against party X, Y, and Z. You can do that on a party-specific basis. But vacatur operates not against the party. but against the rule itself. And so if the rule is vacated, it's vacated. And the Supreme Court has acted consistent with this understanding in footnote 7 of the DHS versus California.
In this case will go to the Supremes.
PACA rescission, where that was vacated. And the court in footnote 7 said, we don't need to consider whether these universal injunctions were proper because we're affirming the vacatur. So that indicates that vacatur is just a universally applicable remedy. And it's not a remedy. It's not that we're extending relief to other parties when it's vacated. It's that that's a side effect. The plaintiff brings the action under the APA. Congress has said the proper remedy is vacate. It's important to realize it applies not only.
Now remember, the APA is the administrative procedures.
After enforcement action adjudication. So really the conception is as almost an appellate court sitting over the agency. And it's much more.
So I had to look it up. God, I can't remember which cases it was. But they're going after the ATF and the government through the Administrative Procedures Act, basically saying that the ATF, hey, you bunch of idiots, you enforce the laws that Congress writes. You don't get to just, make the crap up as you go.
Coop, you know what that sounds like, actually, since they keep doing this? All right, if we're up in Canada, it was called the RMCP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Yeah.
They're changing and making rules exactly what the ATF here in the States is doing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's why Justin Trudeau can get up there and go, hey, there's no more sales of handguns in this country. And, of course, the Canadian Mounted Police, they're just going to enforce that shit.
Well, and they also banned all hunting shotguns and rifles you could think of on a category.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there are guns, and if people haven't paid attention to some stuff that's happened in Canada, they go after stuff. They say it's, we're going after assault rifles. Well, there are plenty of semi-automatic and even some bolt-action rifles that are manufactured, I think, with a 5-round magazine.
Yep.
And when they're sold in Canada, they sold them with a 3-round magazine. And I might be messing up those numbers a little bit, but the way they worded shit in Canada is even though you bought it with a 3-round magazine, it was originally manufactured with like a 5-round magazine, so that made it illegal. And Ute knows about this. We've been in the oh God, my son's over here parroting me. In a couple of chats with I'm losing my mind. Ben and Ballistics was in there. And guys from Canada were talking about that. A lot of competition shooters. And it was like, we can't own these guns now because even though we bought them even though we can buy them with a legal magazine, they were originally manufactured with this other, or originally sold with this other magazine. So that made them completely illegal. It's the insanity of this crap is amazing.
Perhaps intuitive when it's a rulemaking, because the agency has entered an order. That order needs to be vacated.
Yeah, ballistically speaking podcast. That was it.
It wouldn't make sense in that context to say
losing my mind, but yeah, it was ballistically speaking.
Desk and ignore it. No, to get relief, that plaintiff needs the order to be vacated. But the same reasoning applies to rulemaking. It's this court sitting essentially in review of what the agency has done. So it's not equivalent to reviewing a statute for constitutionality. The APA actually empowers courts to set aside and vacate agency action. And the district court properly did that here. I'm happy to answer additional questions your honors have, but if not, I'm happy to cede the rest of my time.
I have one.
Yes.
Can we go back to the challenge that I think we all agree on, that 478.12 subsection C is in front of us?
Yes.
The sentence that the carve out in sort of the back end of the regulatory text says the terms that, and this is the partially complete, disassembled, non-functional frame receiver, these terms shall not include a forging, casting, printing, extrusion, unmachined body, or similar article that has not yet reached a state of manufacture where it clearly identifiable as an unfinished component of a particle.
If you did that, brother, you're in for a ride.
Clearly identifiable, and the 80% sort of common law that came from ATF decisional letters pre
Come on, Snake.
this rule, in years past.
I'm not losing the snake.
But this is what I'm curious about your view on the EG.
It would not be the first snake that's been loose in this
other
house.
forms of liquid polymer, other raw material, then that harkens back to phrases used throughout the rule that are defined by ATF to mean primordial state.
Right.
Which I understand from the footnote where they define primordial state to mean like literally just raw
Like
metal.
a thing of stone before Michelangelo starts.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
So I don't
That's it. Go to your
understand
room.
where between
Go in your room.
primordial
Go lay
state
down.
and ATF
I told you you're gonna lay down quietly with me. You're gonna go in your bed.
felony
well,
executions
go lay
against
down.
American citizens trans.
Oh, I know it's horrible.
Right, 'cause those two sentences
I
seem
told you
to
those were
be
your only options.
conflict with each other. One of them says clearly
Get your blanket and go lay down.
says primordial state.
Get your blanket and go lay down.
Yeah, I don't understand either, Your Honor, and that's why we've said this should be interpreted not to include that to avoid vagueness concerns, and we have raised a vagueness claim. But also, what's 22
Not enough to blast off.
Rulemaking. ATF says we are not going to set forth in the regulations a precise minimum completion percentage, maximum time period, or maximum level of expertise. It's almost like they're intentionally keeping the rule vague because they don't want people to be able to readily structure their operations in order to say, okay, we're on the right side of the line.
You listen to what that judge just said. He's telling them, because this is the lawyer for the appellants, the people appealing this stuff, or not the people going, the plaintiffs. So he's talking to them and he's telling them, hey, yeah, it's almost like the ATF is keeping this so vague that nobody really knows where they stand. And that's 100% right, because we all know that's what the ATF does. That's why they won't, like with CRS's case, they wouldn't put anything in writing when Matt and then said, hey, is this legal or not? They wouldn't put anything in writing saying, yes, you're completely legal.
It's almost as if it's intentionally vague so that nobody knows where the line is, and then activity is chilled even beyond where it should be under a proper understanding. So yes, we also don't understand where that line is, and the other side has not been able to give the court one here today.
Circling back real quick to vacatur,
Yeah.
Can you talk a bit about severability?
Okay. Yes. So we've
Hanging
defended
out
the
with Joe
district
Rogan.
court that these provisions were central to this rulemaking. You can see it in the public communications that we've cited. When the rule was promulgated, it's not clear that this rule would have been promulgated without these provisions. And if the entire rule is vacated, that it's not an injunction. So the ATF is free to go back and repromulgate parts of the rule that it deems proper. The main thing that they point to is the definition of frame apart from these items, but the statutory definition or the regulatory definition has been in place since 1968. Split receiver firearms and striker fired firearms have been popular for decades, so it's not as this is an emergent issue that needed to do that. But
I'll be right back.
That is something this court potentially could do, is sever and vacate the 478.11 relating to parts kits, and then 478.12C relating to the frames and receivers.
Okay. All right, counsel, thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor. So I'd like to start, I think, just by taking a little bit of a step back, because I think it's important to be clear about what we understand to actually be at issue in this appeal. So ATF, in defining these terms, I think there's sort of two pieces. One piece is the qualitative standard, that the qualitative standard, Your Honor, that for example, partially complete frames or receivers, they are readily converted to functional frames or receivers, are frames and receivers. And then second is the application of that qualitative standard to particular products, both how that standard is applied, the sorts of things the ATF considers, and also the outcome. And as we understand the district court, we think the district court's opinion held that the articulation of the qualitative standard was incorrect, that ATF has no authority to regulate partially complete frames or receivers. They are readily converted to frames or receivers. And that is what we understand to be the basis of the district court's decision, not any problem with assuming ATF has that authority, how ATF has either defined the term readily or how ATF goes about applying that qualitative standard to particular products. There are some of those challenges lurking in the district court. Paul Brady has brought some of those challenges with respect to its particular products. The district court didn't rule on them. We don't think they're properly before this court. And similarly, the vagueness challenge is raised by one of the plaintiffs in their brief. It wasn't ruled on by the district court, and we think it would be perfectly fine for the district court to consider that on remand. And so focusing in on what we understand to be actually an issue in this case, which is whether ATF has the authority to regulate partially complete frames and receivers that are readily converted to functional, or sort of weapons parts kits that are readily assembled into operable weapons. I just don't think plaintiffs have any response either to the plain meaning of the statutory text, which doesn't incorporate the sort of functional limitations that they are trying to read into the statute, or to the decades of history and precedent here. As Your Honor mentioned, Judge Engelhardt, ATF has for decades issued classification layers. We cite layers going back to 1978 in our brief, where ATF has said, even though this frame or receiver is not functional right now, it is sufficiently close to being functional to qualify as a frame or receiver. And that, I think, again, that long-standing regulatory practice, which also accords in the weapons part kit context with this court's precedent and other courts' precedents holding the disassembled weapons, which are essentially weapons parts kits, sort of in reverse, qualify as firearms. And I think all the court needs to do to resolve this appeal is to say the district court was wrong. ATF has authority to issue the rule saying that weapons, or clarifying that weapons parts kits that are readily assembled are sort of weapons that are readily converted and designed to be firearms. And two, that partially complete frames or receivers that are readily converted are themselves, in an ordinary understanding of the term and consistent with decades of ATF regulatory practice, themselves regulated as frames or receivers. And then second, turning quickly to the remedial issue. Number one, as we explained in our briefs, we don't think vacatur is an appropriate remedy in this case. I mean, we're not taking issue with this court's precedent that vacatur is an available remedy. But as we explained, this court has never held that vacatur is a compelled or an automatic remedy. I think Cargill is a really good example of this, where the court remanded to the district court to figure out what the appropriate remedy for what there, I think, was a very similar holding or challenge as the challenge here, that the rule exceeded the statute or was in conflict with the statute. And here, we think the district court, number one, should have at least considered alternative remedies, should have considered whether declaratory or injunctive relief limited to the specific plaintiffs to address their specific injuries was appropriate, should have balanced the equities in doing that, and shouldn't have just reflexively ordered vacatur because it found a statutory violation. And then even assuming that some vacatur was appropriate, again, any vacatur should be limited. Number one, I mean, plaintiffs think barely defend the district court's severability holding, that the district court, again, vacated the entire rule with no discussion of severability, without explaining the thought that the provisions that held unlawful were in fact inseparably intertwined with provisions that held lawful. We explain in our briefs, they're just not. I mean, those provisions regulating silencers, regulating record-keeping requirements, regulating sort of which particular component of a firearm constitutes the frame or receiver, they're not sort of challenged in this appeal. They weren't held unlawful, and they don't depend on the challenge definitions to operate. And so at the least, we think the district court should, or sorry, this court needs to reverse as to the vacatur of the remaining portions of the rule. And then also, again, the vacatur as to the non-parties, again, traditional and constitutional principles generally limit relief to addressing the plaintiff's specific injuries. Here, I don't think plaintiffs ever contend that a universal vacatur is required to redress their specific injuries. And so there's no reason the district court could not have, and this court should not reverse as to at least the overbroad aspects of the vacatur. If there are no further questions, we would ask the court to reverse.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you to both sides this morning. Very lively, obviously. So the case is submitted.
So that's our case on ghost guns. Now this testimony, we're going to play some of this Josh Shapiro shit. And for those of you who don't know, he was the Attorney General for Pennsylvania. He's the one who tried to shut down JSD Supply. And I mean, he went after the guys at JSD, Bob and Jordan, went after them hard because Jordan, St. Venro, was the one when that one gun show decided they weren't going to sell polymer 80s and shit like that. Jordan went in there and bought the whole fucking show and was like, look, we're selling polymer 80s. So, I mean, he put up some serious money and some serious skin in the game. But let's see. Let me do this. And we're going to listen to Mr. Josh Shapiro. Where's that? Is it this one? I got so many tabs open, ain't damn funny. I do so much research on a lot of this shit that
C-SPAN.
Oh man, C-SPAN is your friend when you have to listen to these bastards. Let's listen to Mr. Josh Shapiro talk about ghost guns.
Of this committee. I'm Josh Shapiro. I've served as Pennsylvania's Attorney General, as the chairman noted, for the last 4.5 years. And I'm very thankful that this subcommittee is taking ghost guns, the emerging weapon of choice for violent criminals, quite seriously. And
Now, Josh Shapiro, and I'll hit it when he gets into it. Josh Shapiro perjures himself a couple of times in this hearing. It's either that or him and his law enforcement folks are so fucking incompetent that they allowed certain things to happen. And we're going to hit it.
has given all of us time today to inform this committee and assist you in better understanding this issue. And perhaps even we can take some time to correct many of the outlandish misstatements from the ranking member that were stated before. I would note that just because something is said with passion does not make
this guy is such a prick.
My office has been working on the real threat of ghost guns since 2017. These are untrackable, untraceable firearms built at home or sometimes on gun show tables.
Pause.
Numbers?
Yep.
Motherfucker, if a bullet was used in a crime and there's a casing and you found that actual jacket used in the body, you can find a rifle in that barrel that was used from that handgun. Don't give me this crap. That's bullshit.
Most of the time, when a crime is solved with a firearm, what it is you catch the criminal in possession of the firearm after he's committed the act.
Correct.
This whole tracing firearm shit has not stopped a single fucking shooting, and it never will. It's all after the fact.
And let's go back why I just said every criminal out there is not going to just go to a gun store and buy one.
No.
It's a rarity, a rare rarity. What they're doing is they're getting it from a local gang member, and the first thing that gang member did, but prior before him, was they filed off the serial number.
Yeah. What is more like, and I've said it many times, what is more likely? Okay, the quality of criminal we have in the United States ain't that great. So what is more likely? A criminal is going to go out there and actually build a functioning firearm, or a criminal is going to get a stolen gun and then remove the serial number. Okay, you can remove the serial number on a firearm with a fucking rock. You know, they're not going to take the time to troubleshoot a gun, lap the rails in, that way the gun's running smooth, maybe polish a feed ramp. That's not what these criminals are fucking doing.
They're either stealing them or they're grabbing them off their partners.
That's it.
And they are purchased, importantly, without a background check. With me today, I have a Polymer 80 jig of a 9mm Glock style handgun.
Now listen to the way this motherfucker describes this shit, because it's funny as fuck.
This jig comes in a kit with an 80% receiver, the drill bits necessary, the trigger assembly, and all of the components to make a fully operational firearm. It's quickly assembled by drilling 3 holes, here, here, and here. And then milling out 3 pieces, here, here, and here. Unlike the collectibles or hobby build-at-home gun kits of years ago, these kits can be assembled in minutes using very simple tools.
Pause.
Let me give you some data points.
Yep.
He's saying minutes.
Mm-hmm. Now, could you finish out a Polymer 80 in minutes, like 20 minutes? Yes, I could. It wouldn't be that hard. Now, you're rolling the dice on whether those parts are all going to fit together right, or at least half-ass right, or whether you have to do like I've had to do to a couple of my polymer 80s and go in and polish the rails, lap the slide, and really hand fit stuff to get the gun to run properly.
Oh,
This is where I would have handed this motherfucker a P80 with a goddamn Dremel and told him, get to work. I want a functional fucking firearm in 20 minutes.
From the real world of what we are seeing in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
She keeps
in 2018 in Philadelphia,
sliding
just
on my shirt.
13 ghost guns were
I
recovered.
bet you she's got the
In
itches.
2019,
So she keeps kind of like rolling around on my shirt. Like that.
Yeah, she's getting close to shedding.
Yeah, I wonder if she's got the itches.
My wife's the snake's getting ready to shed, so she's kind of rubbing on everything. But now you got to think about this when he talks about, oh, there were so many ghost guns recovered then, and then there were so many ghost guns recovered after that. Well, what they started doing is adding in guns that had the serial number removed and started calling them ghost guns to pump the numbers up.
It's nothing but a scare tactic to keep promoting their agenda.
Yeah.
that increased nearly eightfold to 99 ghost
What are you
guns.
doing,
In
woman?
2020, that number more than doubled again to 250, and today we've recovered 201 of these ghost guns in just the first 4
bring me
months
hog nose,
of the year.
please.
That's in one city alone. Across all of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we've seen an exponential increase in recoveries by 437%. That's data, that is facts, that's what we're seeing on the ground.
Yeah, you dickhead. But you're not admitting that what you're doing now is adding in serial firearms that had a manufactured serial number and then had it removed. You're adding them into the whole ghost gun deal for privately manufactured firearms. You're a lying sack of shit.
Also, can I address something?
Yeah.
Also, firearms prior to 1899 do not need a serial number. It's
No.
an antique.
Firearms before 1968 aren't required to have a serial number. Serial numbers weren't required on firearms until 1968. When you get into 1860 something, you're talking about a gun that they don't even classify as a firearm, even if it's a reproduction. So if you've got a reproduction Colt Navy, it doesn't have to have a serial number. You can get it sent right to your house.
And that's black powder.
Yeah. Come here, Snakey. What are you doing?
But no, like I said, it's this propaganda just pushing the fear
Consequences are
monger.
heartbreaking.
It is.
Last March, a former Temple University football player was killed on the streets of Chinatown in Philadelphia with a ghost gun, fired by someone,
Pause.
this is important,
Hold
who
on.
would not have passed a background check.
Yep.
He said Philadelphia. That's a big city.
Well,
you're in a major city. What do you fucking expect?
Yeah. I mean, you think criminals are actually obeying fucking laws?
Yet still got their hands on one of these. Over the past 3 years, agents from my office have witnessed felons and people prohibited from purchasing firearms buy these ghost gun kits with cash and leave gun shows with them by the duffel bag size full. They walk out of a gun show, assemble the kits in minutes, and send fully functioning guns onto our street.
Huh?
It's been a while since he's been held
Oh, yeah.
regular, so he's not quite used to it.
And right in the hands of
Puff
violent
Daddy.
criminals. We've made arrests where ghost guns purchased at gun shows are on the streets literally the next day after that purchase. In 2019, our agents witnessed prohibited purchasers buying an 80% receiver kit just like this one at a York gun show. They took it to the next table over, just feet away as I am from these witnesses here, where a convicted felon and neo-Nazi drilled out the receiver, assembled the gun, and handed it back to him.
Okay. If your agents witnessed that, one, if he is a prohibited possessor and he actually drills out a frame and finishes a frame, he has committed a felony. Okay, two, if he completes a frame for someone else, he commits another felony. So you're telling me your guys watched this dude commit felony after felony and didn't arrest him? You're a lying sack of fucking shit.
Right at the gun show. Last year, our agents watched as a company sold 90 of these kits in one batch
All right, pause.
to a convicted felon, paying $38,000.
Yep.
All right, just do the math. What he just said, 90 plus, what was it?
Oh, fuck. Hold on. Let's back it up. Because we're going to listen to that whole fucking spiel again. Let's see. Let's back it up here.
We can take some time to correct many of the outlandish misstatements from the ranking member that were stated before. I would note that just because
It's
something
like, what
is
are
said
you
with
doing?
passion does not make it true. My office.
Okay. And I've said this many times, if you listen to these leftists like this dickhead, they tell on themselves constantly. So what he's saying is even though I'm saying all of this with a bunch of passion, I'm full of shit. That's what he's telling you.
Office has been working on the real threat of ghost guns since 2017. These are untrackable, untraceable firearms built at home or sometimes on gun show tables. They lack serial numbers and they are purchased, importantly, without a background check. With me today, I have a polymer 80 jig of a 9mm Glock style handgun. This jig comes in a kit with an 80% receiver, the drill bits necessary,
and their drill bits
assembly, and
suck,
all the
by the way.
components to make a fully operational firearm. It's quickly assembled by drilling 3 holes here, here, and here, and then milling out 3 pieces here, here, and here. Unlike the collectibles or hobby build-at-home gun kits of years ago, these kits can be assembled in minutes using very simple tools. Let me give you some data points from the real world of what we are seeing in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In 2018 in Philadelphia, just 13 ghost guns were recovered. In 2019, that increased nearly 8-fold to 99 ghost guns. In 2020, that number more than doubled again to 250, and today we've recovered 201 of these ghost guns in just the first 4 months of the year. That's in one city alone. Across all of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we've seen an exponential increase in recovery.
And this guy is now the Pennsylvania governor.
37%.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Data.
No, well, I'm not kidding you. No,
he
he ran for governor and
the
made it.
consequences are heartbreaking. Last March, a former Temple University football player was killed on the streets of Chinatown in Philadelphia with a ghost gun, fired by someone, and this is important, who would not have passed a background check, yet still got their hands on one.
Now, wait a second. You're telling me that a criminal got a hold of a gun and then committed murder, which is all illegal. Gee, who could have thunk?
One of these. Over the past 3 years, agents from my office have witnessed felons and people prohibited from purchasing firearms buy these ghost gun kits with cash and leave gun shows with them by the duffel bag size full. They walk out of a gun show, assemble the kits in minutes, and send fully functioning guns onto our streets and right in the hands of violent criminals. We've made arrests where ghost guns purchased at gun shows are on the streets literally the next day after that purchase. In 2019, our agents witnessed prohibited purchasers buying an 80% receiver kit just like this one at a York gun show. They took it to the next table over, just feet away as I am from these witnesses here, where a convicted felon and neo-Nazi drilled out the receiver.
Okay. If your agents actually witnessed that, they should have sat there, recorded it, and then charged him with multiple felonies because that's what he is committing. You're acting like the dude did it and nothing happened to him. If nothing happened to him, that means you're completely fucking incompetent.
Assembled the gun and handed it back to him right at the gun show.
Because if I have a, by ATF's rules, if I have a buddy come over and he says, "Hey, Coop, I bought this, polymer 80 kit and I want you to finish the frame for me." If I finish that frame for him, I committed a felony because I manufactured a firearm for someone else. Believe it or not, the way the ATF has stated things, if I just let someone borrow my tools, I've committed a felony according to the ATF. That's why, like, some of the big, like makers matches and places where some of the guys have taught other people how to build polymer 80s, they can't do any of the work for the person who actually bought the polymer 80. They can instruct them. They can tell them, "Hey, you need to move this. That needs to be filed down a little bit more. Maybe we need to lap that in." They can do that, but they can't touch that frame or receiver and do any work for the person who actually purchased it. Because if they do any of the work, that makes them a manufacturer.
Last year, our agents watched as a company sold 90 of
You
these
are
kits
such a
in one
lying
batch
sack of shit.
to a convicted felon, paying $38,000 in cash. When our office executed a search warrant at this individual's home, it turned up even more fully assembled firearms made with these kits.
Okay, so what you're telling me, dickhead, is that you are able to actually prosecute these criminals, charge these criminals who are doing this without any other laws. But here you are wanting to just ban people from being able to build their own firearms.
There were loads of ammunition, cash, and a setup to churn out these guns. Had we not had agents at that show, dozens more ghost guns would be on the streets of Pennsylvania today. Earlier this year, we arrested a man in Philadelphia who was buying these kits at a gun show, then selling the assembled weapons on the streets for $1,100. That's a 100% profit.
$1,100, depending on options on the kit. That's not a bad profit. But again, you have someone manufacturing firearms and then selling them. That is illegal. Now, if I manufacture my own firearm, like a polymer 80 that I have up here, and I decide I'm tired of it and I want to sell it to my friend, until this recent rulemaking from the ATF, that's completely legal.
Last month, we recovered 6 ghost guns in Pennsylvania's Lehigh Valley during the course of
Agorizer, what's up, brother?
Along with 6 ghost guns, $1 million of meth, and Nazi paraphernalia. While my office...
Wait a second. You mean the person also had illegal drugs? Huh.
Why did you not charge him on that?
Yeah. Apparently the dude's committed multiple felonies, but since it's a ghost gun, couldn't charge him. This dude's such a lying sack of shit. In Pennsylvania, those of you who voted for this fuck nuts, fuck all of you.
Has made great strides and experienced success operationally in getting these firearms off the street. Law enforcement cannot keep up with the supply. So we've had to work.
Now, remember what he said there. Law enforcement can't keep up with supply. The rest of his testimony, he actually rebuts himself.
Smarter. And create meaningful partnerships like the one with Pennsylvania's largest gun show promoter to voluntarily remove all of these DIY kits from their shows.
That's the show that Jordan bought out.
Had already sold 6,000 of these ghost guns. And as a result of this first of its kind in the nation agreement, we were able to stop 36,000 of these guns from getting out on the street.
Now, how does he know how many kits would have been purchased during that gun show? The fucking irregular Nostradamus over here?
I'm here today to respectfully urge the Senate to seize this opportunity where law enforcement, community groups, and gun owners and gun shops agree that we have to do more.
Pause.
We have to make sure these DIY.
Pause.
Yep.
Dude, she looks like she's out, dude.
She
like,
is lost. And this hearing was in 2021, I think. Yeah, she's lost. Her handler over there is telling her what to say and how that she needs to address shit.
She needs to retire, flat out.
Oh, dude, she needs to do a whole lot more than retire. I won't get into that on YouTube because, well, things.
Why kids require a background check so we can simply keep them out of the hands of criminals. Mr. Chairman, this is common sense. We know these kits can be fully
Fucking
functioning
Blumenthal.
firearms in minutes. We know they're being used to kill people on the streets of our communities. And this body has the power to do something about
Pause.
it. Look, I read
No, they don't. Yeah, man, go ahead.
How many crimes have been going on since day one that don't get reported by the news media?
Oh, man.
Murders, stabbings, rapes, you name it.
Well, again, it's another situation where our rights are not dependent on whether some criminal commits a criminal act. Our rights don't depend on that. If they did, then we wouldn't have cars because cars are used in drive-bys, they're used in bank robberies, they're used in kidnappings and everything else.
You know what I've also seen more than anything that's been used in murders? Blunt objects.
Yeah.
Go to a hardware store and some fucker is using a sledgehammer.
I mean, they act like no one ever got killed before firearms. I'm sorry to tell you that people were killed with fucking stone axes and hatchets long before Chinese figured out gunpowder, and then everybody else figured out, hey, if it'll launch a fucking firework, maybe it'll launch a projectile.
Recognize there is a lot of expertise at this table and in this room. It's on us.
The only expertise in that room is oh god, I can't remember her name because she testifies in here too. She was a curator of the Cody Museum. She's kind of damn hot, actually.
To figure out a way to protect law-abiding gun owners, to preserve our heritage, and not burden.
Yep.
Here's a question for you, Shapiro. If you were there to protect people, why aren't you going after the guys when they're in the act of a crime?
Oh no, man, you can't do that. Why is it that they drop firearms charges like 90% of the time?
Fish and bait.
Yeah.
Hobbyists, while still closing off
Soldier Girl, what's up,
criminals
chick?
Easy access to these unserialized, untraceable guns that do not require a background check. Thank you all very much for having this hearing.
Pause another thing.
Yeah.
All right, he focuses on the firearm. Here's another thought. You ever thought that the state or federal government might be just watching your phone?
Oh man.
Criminals, how many phones that criminals have, and they can track their guys all the time.
Well, now, dude, just like I said, we live in the most spied on, surveilled society in history. Because all of us have, our phones on us and shit like that. And again, the NSA already admitted in a congressional hearing, every single bit of electronic communication, from phone calls to fucking email, is recorded. And just not too long back in the hearings about the ATF, they admitted that the ATF searches that material whenever they need to without fucking warrants. And look at this way. And this is another push for the whole universal background check shit. He's talking about, well, they can get these without background checks. Well, yeah, I can do a person-to-person sale without a background check.
Answering your questions.
Thanks very much, Attorney General Shapiro. Ms. Lubinsky.
Yeah, that's her.
That's her.
There we go.
Yeah, the chick about to testify.
Chairman Blumenthal, Sub-Ranking Member Lee, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Ashley Lubinsky, and I am honored to testify today about the long history of privately made firearms in American culture. But first, I do want to address the terminology
She's not bad
that
looking.
I will be using
No.
and why. Firstly, I will not be using the term ghost gun. And that's because as
She
a
a blonde or a
historian,
redhead?
I try to be as precise as possible.
I don't
and the term
know.
is used more as a rhetorical tool.
It looks like a natural
I haven't
redhead.
seen any. I haven't seen anything, as far as carpet and drapes. So, but yeah, she's sharp. She's testified in front of Congress a few times.
A marketing tool, and because of that, it can create a false sense of authority on the subject rather than describe the actual technology that we are talking about. For example, it is conceivable that when hearing the term, the average person could conflate the terms undetectable and untraceable.
Yep.
What I mean by that is, if you hear the term ghost gun, you could assume that it is invisible. And by that term, maybe it bypasses a security scanner.
Yeah.
Instead,
Too many choices. I have a sweet spot for redheads too, and I'm of course married to one, so proves my dedication to the pain.
Let me also add to the comments she just made. Untraceable firearms. That whole thing was because of what was that? What was that woman?
Die Hard.
Yeah, well, Die Hard. But there was that one woman that got shot with a Glock and she survived, and she was a senator. What's her name?
Oh, Giffords.
Giffords, yes. And they claimed that the Glock pistol, since it has a polymer frame, that you can take it to an airport and you smuggle it through the X-ray. And like, no, it's metal. There's metal components in it.
Yeah, well, see what a lot of this is, and they did that in the National Defense Authorization. I think they passed it about the undetectable firearms, and see what they're going after is like polymer P80 frames, and they're going after 3D printed guns. Because remember, if you finish out a polymer 80, even when you don't install any of the metal components, that frame is now a firearm. If you print a frame, hold on. I think I can put my hands on one real fast. Yep. Ah. Oh, snaky snake. So if you print a frame like this guy right here, this is considered a firearm. Now, would this be detectable by a metal detector? No, because there are no metal components in this. Now, can I shoot anybody with it without metal components? No. But they're going after 3D printed frames and things like polymer 80s, saying that they're undetectable firearms.
this term recognizes and references a lack of tracing tools that are sometimes used by law enforcement after a crime is committed. So for clarity, I will be using the terms such as home
she's a
built
natural redhead.
and
Just
privately
looked
made
her up.
firearms. Please note, though,
Okay.
I am using the term firearm as a historical definition rather than a legal one. Now let's shift to the historical background on these firearms. Now, trust me, there's a lot of history.
Whose wife were you sleeping with where you got shot with a 22 and then stabbed? I'm just saying, leave the married women alone.
Yeah, I don't know. She's dyed her hair a lot of times. I can't tell if she's a blonde or redhead.
I don't know whether she's which one or not. But she
Attractive.
is. Yeah, she's very attractive, and she's very sharp when it comes to firearms and our Second Amendment rights and all kinds of stuff. She is freaking spot on.
History here, so please refer to my written testimony if you would like more specifics, and I'm happy to go into these details further if and when there is more time. But essentially, the big takeaway about the history is that these privately made firearms have been around for.
It was a robbery attempt. You stop. Fucking good deal, man. I had to break your balls and make the joke about married women though, because That's got a whole lot of guys fucked up.
Centuries, basically since the first ignition system was developed over 500 years ago. And throughout these times, these gun makers have been essential to both the civilian and government. It may surprise you that the term discussed a lot today, parts kits, have been used regularly dating back to the 1700s. Private gun makers in America could order locks and barrels from overseas in order to expedite the process when building guns. It's also important to note that these too involved filing processes and a lot of other modifications, as some parts kits are today. The other thing is, when armories became available, or people that were making government firearms, the individual and the private gun maker was still incredibly important. In the American Revolution.
Yeah. You think John Moses Browning had a fucking FFL?
No.
I mean, the dude who created the Maul Deuce, baby. I mean, God bless his soul. The 1911, the High Power, and a bunch of other firearms he was involved in the actual design of. You know, there were no FFLs back then. Dude was doing this shit out of his own house or his own workshop, and the government had no idea until he showed them, hey, ta-da, look what I made.
Well, how about also look at the look at, you're not in the States, but look at the Soviet Union, Mikhail Kalashnikov.
Yeah.
He wasn't on FFL, he wasn't certified by the Soviet government. Guess what he did? He worked in a train factory. He worked in a train factory, and he came up with a AK. Was it a AK 46? Yeah, it was AK 46. And the Soviet government was like, "Okay, you know what? You're hired."
Yeah.
British had an armory, and they still bought lock plates from civilians. And the US government actually sought to design a standard pattern to simplify this process for individual gun makers. Even as modern manufacturing processes and major companies appeared in the 19th century, the government and commercial markets still relied on individual designers to innovate and create firearms that these companies would in turn purchase and produce. And as already said, these were mainly any firearm that you could do. And they were unencumbered by these regulations and laws that we're discussing today because they weren't considered a threat to public safety. And in this way, these regulations, is what we're talking about today, could influence innovation. And now I know a lot of people here don't necessarily like some of the technology that exists today, but I really want to make the point that innovation also means making firearms safer. On May 7th, the ATF released a proposal in which they recommended several modifications to these definitions. Unfortunately, many of those rationales are not historically accurate. For example, the terms striker fire and split receivers are two technologies that were claimed not to be readily available at the time these definitions were made.
Yeah.
However, striker fire guns, which are historically and mechanically known as linear hammers, have been prevalent, as have the term split receiver, since the late 1800s and early 1900s. These things have remained unregulated within the terms that we're talking about today. So the question is, why change that? Striker fire and split.
Now, this is where you can tell someone who is genuinely testifying on their knowledge. And if you watch other people that are just reading a statement, she might look down once or twice to keep herself on track because she's only got 5 minutes for this opening statement. But you'll notice she's looking at everybody else in the room while she's talking.
Split receivers do not make a firearm more or less lethal than the firearms that are available on the market today. Because this terminology is flawed and inaccurate, this is misleading. And these policies and proposed changes can have unintended consequences for everyone. And it's interesting and important to understand that these things can affect both sides, criminalizing those who would otherwise be considered innocent, but also opening the door for loopholes and litigation, and worst of all, continued violence. The complicated and confusing nature of all of these terms also neuter the potential efficacy of the laws. And if the goal is to save lives and the law fails to accomplish what you claim it will, you're not only letting your constituency down, but you're also leaving them vulnerable to a false sense of security, something nobody here wants on either side.
Let's see.
Thank you.
Do something. Hold
Gun.
on. Let's.
Direction.
We're going back up.
To explore another.
Yeah. Yeah. We're going back up. What was it? Hold on. What did you say?
Said Mr. Blue and Thug.
Yeah. We're going to back up. We're going to listen to Mr. Blumenthal. Hold on. What was Soldier Girl saying? Still a clip. Still a clip. Oh. Clover Tack. What's up, brother man? Yeah, Ashley is awesome, dude. I've watched her testify in probably at least 3 hearings, I think. And she is exceptionally smart. And she knows her stuff. I mean, she really does. I got to look her back up because I thought she had a YouTube channel where she went over and did some, not necessarily podcasts, but kind of some streams like what we do. I gotta look her back up again because she's exceptionally smart. And like she said there, you know, even the government, our government, when they wanted arms, it was private citizens that were producing them. And they some of them weren't arsenals, they were just basically blacksmiths. They were producing lock plates and all that. And then those lock plates were, of course, purchased by arsenals. And then, you know, the firearms were manufactured then.
Step to prevent gun violence, restrictions on the deadly proliferation of ghost guns. At President Biden's direction, the Department of Justice and ATF have issued a proposed rule to close the ghost gun loophole and stop the spread of these deadly firearms. This step is historic, it's commendable, it's critical, but the rule must be made permanent. And until it is made irreversible with legislative action, it can always be reversed by another president, which is why we're holding this hearing today and why I am reintroducing the Untraceable Firearms Act with Representative Cicilline of Rhode Island on the House side to close this loophole once and.
Now, for those of you not familiar with David Cicilline, he was the one who said that a arm brace, like the SB tactical braces, actually functioned like bump stocks.
This guy.
Oh man, that hearing was hysterical.
They knew what he was doing though. He was misinforming the public.
Well, yeah. Well, he did that. He had his whole graphic up there, and I think it was Massey. Massey was like, dude, the internet is about to educate you in like 3 seconds. And it sure enough did. It blew up. I was one of the ones posted about it because it was like, no, this dude is retarded.
For all. There is nothing ghost-like about ghost guns. They look like guns, they shoot like guns, they kill like guns. They are guns.
Yes, they are guns, jackass. They are legal to purchase, they are legal to build, and they are guns. And he shows a graphic in a second, which is hysterical. Oops, sorry, Snake.
Except under federal law. They are becoming the preferred instruments for criminals and violent extremists, the fastest growing gun.
Yeah, Blumenthal, and I hate to stop it again. But yeah, Blumenthal starts to tie this into the MVE deal, the militant violent extremist stuff.
Violence menace in the nation. Only under current federal ATF regulation is the statutory definition treating them not like guns. Behind me are pictures of guns.
They Live is a great movie.
One is a standard gun. One is a ghost gun. I challenge you to tell the difference between them. A ghost gun is, in fact, fully functional.
He shows the graphic. Show the graphic.
It can be made.
Yeah, Everybody on this planet that's built a polymer 80 can tell which is which. You have a Glock, and then the dude is in his right hand. It's on the left side of the screen. Is a polymer 80. Not that hard.
Hey, Coop, another
yeah.
thing I want to address. I'm surprised you wouldn't even show an airsoft pistol. People would actually believe it was actually a quote unquote ghost gun.
Oh yeah, they've done something very similar in hearings before.
Made at home using do-it-yourself gun making kits or a 3D printer. This frame in a so-called jig was made by a 3D printer.
That's not a 3D printed frame, jackass. That's a standard polymer P80 frame.
That's a plastic mold, moron.
It's injection molded. Yeah. That's not a 3D printed frame.
Again, misinforming the public.
Made by anyone drilling holes to make it functional, and then parts can be bought in a gun store or elsewhere. It becomes a firearm capable of killing, injuring, and doing as much damage as any firearm bought in a store, except it has no serial number, it is untraceable, and often undetectable.
No, they're not often undetectable. All those metal parts you just held up, you dumbass, are all very much detectable.
Kinds of kits that produce that firearm contain a, quote, unfinished frame.
Ghost knives or knives. Yeah.
The key building
That's
block,
it.
regulated under federal law and normally subject to background checks and serial number requirements. Unfinished is really a smokescreen. Ghost guns are intentionally designed, marketed, and sold to require as little technical expertise, time, and effort as possible to assemble. All one has to do is to finish this core part by drilling a few additional holes. Some sellers even supply the exact drill bits as part of their kit.
Yes. And trust me, polymer 80s drill bits suck. I've had a couple, you take something that's supposed to be, cylindrical and you roll it across a flat surface to see whether it's straight or not. Yeah, I've had some that flopped instead of rolled in P80 kits. So, yeah.
Alongside the rest of the components needed to make a functional firearm. It is purposefully that easy.
Well, yeah, Ag, they want a
None of the
registry.
frames and receivers in these kits are, in quotes, unfinished. None of the normal federal gun laws apply. No background checks, no licensing, no serial numbers, nothing. And since these kits are unregulated, anyone can purchase them.
Yes.
Minors, convicted felons, anti-government extremists, violent white supremacists,
There you
foreign
go.
terrorists. Fair game for all of them. No checks, no regulation. They are, in fact, fast becoming the weapon of choice, costing as little as a few $100s and taking an hour to assemble with YouTube tutorials.
Yes, which most of those YouTube tutorials are gone now because Blumenthal and a bunch of other Democrats wrote letters to YouTube and mentioned some of the guys that we know, Jordan and people like that, to pull these videos, which show you how to safely complete something that contains an explosion in your hands. It's maddening listening to these jackasses.
The number of ghost guns is surging. The number seized, the number used in crimes, the number manufactured, all are skyrocketing. And at this rate, they will make a mockery of all other common sense gun safety steps.
Because there's
will
no
render
such thing as
meaningless
common sense gun safety
background checks and
laws. Now, there's common sense gun safety, like, hey, treat all guns as if they are loaded. Don't point them at anything you don't want to destroy. Keep your finger off the trigger till you're ready to shoot. Make sure of your target and what's behind it. Those are common sense gun, not regulations, but common sense gun rules. All of your laws are horseshit. They haven't stopped a single murder. They haven't stopped a single freaking robbery. None of that.
other common sense regulation that now apply to make America safer. Last March, news outlets started reporting that the do-it-yourself ghost gun kits were, quote, flying off the shelves, and that manufacturers were, quote, reporting widespread back orders and shipping delays
Yes.
due to a pandemic buying surge, end quote. We have no really reliable method.
You want to know what that was? There were a lot of people at home, couldn't go anywhere. Crime was skyrocketing, and people decided, hey, I wouldn't mind having a firearm to defend myself. I got plenty of time on my hands. I'm going to order this kit with my COVID money because you guys gave out money like it was fucking candy. They bought kits. They constructed their own guns. Everything completely legal.
Also, I'd like to add, if you're in certain states that require you to have like a long waiting period for a background check,
yeah,
they're not gonna fucking wait 3 days while the riots are going up and pillaging and shit. They're probably gonna build that kit as quick as possible and professionally, and do it legally, and defend their one's life.
Oh, you bet your ass on that.
Metrics about these ghost guns because they have no serial numbers, they're unregulated, and there's no reliable count on how many are manufactured and sold.
Yep.
The most reliable metric we have concerning the number of ghost guns, in fact, in our communities is the number recovered by law enforcement.
Again, that's a fucking lie.
But they are staggering.
That's a lie because you're adding in guns that were manufactured with serial numbers and then the serial numbers were removed. You're adding those in with people who, purchased polymer 80 or 3D printed a frame. You're adding all of those in. You're conflating it to pump the numbers up.
And the trend is alarming. Right here in DC, ghost gun recoveries skyrocketed from 116 in 2019 to over 280 in 2020. And the story is the same in almost every other jurisdiction. We're going to hear more about that trend from Attorney General Shapiro and Commissioner Harrison in just a few minutes. Last May, 60 Minutes reported that at least 38 states and the District of Columbia have seen criminal cases involving ghost guns, including mass shootings, police shootouts, gang busts, terrorism, and white supremacy.
Yeah. Yuke's comment right there. It's not the law-abiding, or I'll say mostly law-abiding people now because there's so many bullshit laws. It's not us, the non-violent people, who are the issue. Go after the violent criminals. You know where they're at. You know where the crime's at. The statistics have been there for decades. Fucking start arresting violent criminals, putting their ass in prison, and then you'll see crime drop. That's what happened during the 90s when you had the assault weapons ban, which didn't stop shit. But what you had then is laws in place that took violent people and put them in prison for a very long time. That's what dropped crime rates.
This is extremism. In Connecticut, police have recently seized ghost guns in narcotics investigation, traffic stops, and home invasion. In Hartford, in recent years,
Again,
police have seized
wait a minute.
roughly
You're telling me
10
drug
ghost
dealers had
a year,
guns?
and just last fall, police arrested a suspect in possession of a ghost gun in connection with a shooting in East Hartford. Guns without a serial number recovered at the scene of a crime are untraceable. Without a serial number, law enforcement.
Okay. Again, we get back to I could take any number of guns that I have with a serial number and remove them in a matter of minutes with a fucking rock, which is what criminals will do. And the only thing with tracing a gun is if it has a serial number on it and the criminal leaves it at the site of a crime or they're arrested with that gun, the only thing that serial number does is it trace it to the original purchaser. After the original purchaser, it could be sold multiple times, stolen and then sold multiple times. That doesn't help you stop crimes. What these bastards want is that gun to be recovered, then track it back to the original seller, and then they want to put the original seller of the gun out of business. That's what these cocksuckers want to do.
Can't trace that gun to a seller or to a shooter. Ghost guns make criminal investigation difficult, and if there are no other leads, impossible to solve. As a result, those criminals are never apprehended, let alone prosecuted or convicted. One last staggering statistic. From January 1, 2016.
It's a staggering statistic.
2021, ATF attempted to trace 23,946 privately manufactured firearms, ghost guns.
That's
Out
fucking
of those
horseshit.
nearly 24,000 attempts, only 151 could be completed. That's less than 1%. That could mean, very simply, that 24,000 murders, assaults, armed robberies, and other crimes go unsolved.
Yes, that's
like the thought police at that point.
yes, and he's so full of shit because most of these crimes are solved because the person who is the victim of the crime identifies a suspect, and then that suspect is found by law enforcement because some of them actually do their fucking jobs. And other times they find the criminal in the act of committing the crime, and that's how they find him. They don't just find a gun laying somewhere and go, oh shit, trace the serial number. All of a sudden, the serial number is tracked to the last person that had the gun in their hands. That's not how this shit works.
There is no reason, none, to treat ghost guns differently than any other gun.
They're not treated any different. I'm still under all the same laws with my personally built firearm that I am when I buy one from an FFL. I'm still illegal to go fucking shoot someone for no reason or to take their property without just cause. Fucking slobbering Barney son of a bitch. I swear to fucking God.
They look like a gun, they shoot like a gun, they kill like a gun. They should be treated as guns, and I invite both sides of the aisle, my
Totes my goats.
on both
Yep.
sides, to support the Untraceable Firearms Act to close this loophole permanently.
There
and I
is
now
no
turn to the
goddamn
ranking
loophole.
member.
No, there's not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
But notice they call everything a loophole. It's the gun show loophole. It's the ghost gun loophole.
It's the girlfriend
boy-
boyfriend loophole.
Yeah, that's about to say the same thing. It's the girlfriend boyfriend loophole. It's this loophole. It's that loophole. Motherfucker, Jesus Christ, you got more loopholes than a set of goddamn combat boots. You fucking numbnuts. Oh, well, let's see. We're going to play around. We're going to find some other nicely little
And
Mike Lee
Coop-
smashed them on a bunch of shit.
Coop, I actually want to add this.
Yeah.
How much you want to bet your ass that they're doing this to politically monopolize and profit off this and make people lawyer fees and deal with all these cases?
Look, all of this comes down to, with this so-called untraceable ghost gun and shit like that, all of this comes down to the fact that the government doesn't want you to have guns they don't know about, because when they do their registry and then they do their confiscation, they want to know where all those guns are at. And it breaks their little fucking leftist hearts to know that people have made guns that they can't track.
Remotely turn to Rick Vasquez.
Senator Cruz and Senator Blumenthal for allowing me to come to this hearing today and express my.
Is that who I think it is?
Vasquez. He's testified in a couple of hearings too, and he's really good.
No. John Crump has interviewed this guy. I know this guy.
Yeah. Hold on. What? Quit going crazy. Where are we at?
This guy.
Get back here. Because I'm going to fast forward past him. I want to listen to some more moronic testimony.
Organization. I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, yeah. This dude.
They include.
So this is another Moms Demand Action Giffords. I shaved my head so I can fit it in my ass easier kind of guy.
Firearm.
I mean, the only reason this dude has a beard is so his boyfriend's balls get tickled.
Coop, you know what this guy looks like?
Huh?
The first photo of this guy when I just looked at it in the video feed, I'm looking at Vladimir fucking Lenin.
Damn near. When you looked at him real quick.
With core parts made using 3D printers, milled with the assistance of a computer code, or simply drilled with aid of a jig kit.
So he's hit 3D printers, he hit jigs and ghost gunners.
I first learned of ghost guns prior to joining Everytown when I was special counsel in the New York Attorney General's office. In spring of 2015, I received a phone call from the head of the New York State Organized Crime Task Force. And she was calling because the New York State Police discovered that an individual who is currently in jail on firearms charges had boasted about a plan upon his release to order gun parts online and make money selling untraceable firearms. She asked me, how was this possible? We soon found out that the answer was ghost guns.
We soon found out that the answer was it is completely legal to manufacture own firearms unless you are a prohibited person. And then as soon as you drill the holes in it, you have committed yet another felony. And if you sell those ghost guns to another felon, guess what? You've committed another felony. If you manufacture that firearm for another person, you've committed yet another felony. Fuck off.
An end run around the law that allowed this convicted weapons offender and his co-conspirators to order parts online and quickly build a dozen untraceable tactical assault weapons and sell them to a person he thought was
tactical assault weapons
a gun trafficker. Thankfully, that person was an undercover officer whose work led to 3 arrests and subsequent convictions in the crime. We think the first state prosecution of ghost guns trafficking in the country. Now, it's been less than 6 years since that prosecution, but in that short time, we've learned a lot about the rise of untraceable ghost guns and how they have become the fastest growing threat to gun safety in the country. First, we've learned that the market for ghost guns exploded because ATF changed its approach to unfinished frames and receivers, the core building blocks of ghost guns. And this is important. Back in the 1970s and 80s, ATF correctly determined that unfinished frames and receivers were firearms subject to.
No, they didn't correctly do that. They said that and they got slapped the fuck down because they got told if it is not a firearm under the definition in the GCA and the NFA, then they can't do jack shit about it, even though they tried really hard to stop it.
The 1968 Act, so long as they could be, quote, converted to functional condition within a few hours using common hand tools or simple grinding, cutting, drilling, or
Again, this is where we get into that whole Smith case where 8 hours in a fucking fully staffed machine shop is readily convertible.
welding operations. But in the mid-2000s and without explanation, ATF changed course and the market for gross guns grew, as did the technology for these firearms advanced. There are now at least 100 online sellers offering unfinished frames.
Wait a second. Technology advanced? Oh my God. I have a smartphone instead of a flip phone. Oh shit. I don't even have a house phone anymore that's connected to a fucking telephone pole because I get cell service. Technology.
Frames or receivers for ghost guns, and these parts are routinely sold at gun shows. Second, we've learned that the criminals and gun traffickers are taking advantage of this growing ghost guns marketplace. Ghost guns are now turning up at crime scenes from coast to coast, and the numbers are shocking. ATF recently reported that over a 4-year period, nearly 24,000 homemade firearms were recovered in crimes. And many cities are seeing ghost gun recoveries doubling year over year, as you've already heard this morning. The simple fact is that the word is out among criminals that ghost guns are an easy way around our gun laws, and in particular, a way around background checks.
Yeah, because you could just go to a person-to-person sale in most states and not have a background check. That's a way around the background check system. Even though like 90-something% of the damn denials in our background check system are false positives. You fucking scrotum sack forehead having motherfucker.
Finally, we've learned that ghost guns are rapidly becoming the weapon of choice for armed extremists. The House Committee on Homeland Security has concluded that ghost guns are a threat to our national security, and we have found numerous examples of white supremacists.
Let me back that up just a split second.
How's that?
I want you guys to see something.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Where's damn it? Hold on.
I'll learn that the market for ghost guns exploded because ATF changed its approach to unfinished frames and receivers, the core building blocks of ghost guns, and this is important. Back in the 1970s and 80s,
a snake wrapped up in my hair.
Determined that unfinished frames and receivers were firearms subject to the 1968 Act, so long as they could be, quote, converted to functional condition within a few hours using common hand tools or simple grinding, cutting, drilling, or welding operations. But in the mid-2000s and without explanation, ATF changed course and the market for gross guns grew, as did the technology for these firearms advanced. There are now at least 100 online sellers offering unfinished frames or receivers for ghost guns, and these parts are routinely sold at gun shows. Second, we've learned that the criminals and gun traffickers are taking advantage of this growing ghost guns marketplace. Ghost guns are now turning up at crime scenes from coast to coast, and the numbers are shocking. ATF
coast to coast, almost like Space Ghosts.
Recently reported that over a 4-year period, nearly 24,000 homemade firearms were recovered in crimes. And many cities are seeing ghost gun recoveries doubling year over year, as you've already heard this morning. The simple fact is that the word is out among criminals that ghost guns are an easy way around our gun laws, and in particular, a way around background check.
So what you're saying is gun laws are not effective, but you want to throw more gun laws that are going to be even more non-effective out there. Okay. That's like giving someone crabs to cure their fucking VD.
Finally, we've learned that ghost guns are rapidly becoming the weapon of choice for armed extremists. The House Committee on Homeland Security has concluded.
Now, 2 things here. One, remember how hard they're pushing this violent, militant, extremist, white supremacy bullshit. And that's still continuing to this day. And of course, this ghost gun shit's still going on. But this is a hearing about this super important national emergency. Look at how many people are sitting around that fucking table.
Not that many.
Look at everybody. You think these cocksuckers are taking this shit seriously?
No, they don't.
That ghost guns are a threat to our national security, and we have found numerous examples of white supremacist and anti-government extremist groups building ghost guns and using them with deadly intention and effect.
Yeah, state those numbers. Where are your facts at?
And this is coming from a guy that looks like Vladimir Lenin.
Yeah.
Bald head, beard. He's got a red tag on his right side of his shoulder, and he's got a suit.
I'm telling you, this guy keeps his head shaved so it's easier to lube up and put in his own ass.
Let's just call it for what it is. It looks like the American version of Lenin.
Yeah.
Among the examples, in California, a man associated with the right-wing anti-government Boogaloo movement viewed a Black Lives Matter protest as an opportunity to accelerate civil war, a civil war he believed was inevitable. Using a ghost gun, he attacked a federal courthouse during a racial justice protest in Oakland, killing one federal officer.
Racial justice. Is this guy going to mention Antifa trying to burn down courthouses or taking over police stations and burning them down? Is he going to mention the murders at CHOP or Chaz? Because all that happened right before this hearing.
And later killing a Santa Cruz sheriff's deputy before being apprehended. In Delaware, members of the white supremacist terror group known as the Base plan to ignite a race war using ghost guns and other weapons. Their target, a Virginia gun rights rally. Luckily,
now, this motherfucker right here, and this pisses me off to no motherfucking end. That was the VCLD rally where you had, I don't know, thousands of people show up armed. Fucking one dude toting a damn Barrett 50 cal. They went in, they protested, they left, and everything was cleaner when they left than it was when they got there. These cocksuckers started pushing this shit about white supremacists in this rally, and the fucking FBI knew that those guys from the base or whatever weren't even going to be near the fucking rally. They didn't even make it into the fucking state of Virginia. You fucking lying piece of shit.
the FBI intercepted the group just days before that event. Authorities discovered a treasure trove of homemade firearms and a lengthy internet search history about how to make ghost guns. In fact,
dude, this guy would hate to see my fucking search history. Making ghost guns. You know how many hours I spent researching how to build an AK before I built my first one? Fuck you.
In fact, our online investigation has shown that extremists discuss the benefit of ghost guns and share advice on how to make them. For example, on 4chan, an online platform popular with white supremacists, commenters have shared tips for building ghost guns amid a steady stream of race.
Okay, cocksucker, which I got to do, I got to get the parts and finish some shit up. But much like the stream I did on Rumble where I showed people how to complete a P80 frame, yes, there are multiple people out here that like to build firearms. I can go look up on YouTube how to build an engine, how to build a fucking tree stand. I can look up multiple things on YouTube that you don't like. Just because you don't like them, I don't give a fuck.
Anti-Semitic and homophobic slurs. So amid such a clear and expanding threat, we need action. We applaud the
All right, you need to
Department of
pause that
Justice
for a
and the Biden
sec.
administration.
Yep.
Homophobic. Dude, I've met a lot of gay guys and gay women that are very conservative leaning, and they're tired of this trans agenda you guys keep fucking pushing every fucking day in our children.
Look, this dude, talk about homophobic slurs. This dude wouldn't survive 3 hours on the average construction site without needing a cry closet and a fucking therapy puppy. Homophobic slurs, dude. Yeah, don't go near any construction site. Don't work around construction workers. Stay in your little fucking safety bubble with fucking every town. Maybe look at some real ugly bitches from Mom's Demand and Action. Just stay in your own corner there, buddy.
You know what that is in my book?
Huh?
It's a political cult. It's
Oh, it
pretty
is.
much any gun control in my mind. It's like communism. You want to worship communism? Okay, give more power to the government and just put yourself in a box till they get everything out of you.
It's the government creating a problem and then telling you that what they're going to do to solve the problem is basically create more problems. It's like, hey, you have testicular cancer. Yes, I'm a male, I have testicles. And they go, but you can give birth. And you go, no, motherfucker, I'm a male, I have testicles. I have testicular cancer. And then they go, well, we'll give you fucking prostate cancer to solve your testicular cancer. No, I don't think that's the way that works. Well, maybe we'll give you AIDS. Maybe that'll solve the cancer. No, motherfucker, that tends to make things worse.
For proposing concrete solutions to address this issue. We also hope that Congress will advance legislation to tackle the threat posed by all types of ghost guns, including the files that facilitate creation of downloadable guns and plastic firearms.
Yeah,
Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify before the subcommittee. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Splina. We'll have rounds of 5-minute questioning. We have a vote at 11:30, but I think we can go for
Let's
a while.
see. Hold on. Let's see.
Let me ask you.
Well, we'll let
Attorney
this ride.
General Shapiro, you just heard Mr. Vasquez say that you ought to be focusing on gun trafficking.
Now, listen to Shapiro. Listen to Shapiro's answer right here, because this is where he fucking basically rebuts his entire testimony.
Do ghost guns impede your ability to go after gun traffickers?
Not at all, Mr. Chairman. We can walk and chew gum at the same time.
So you're telling me you can go after the criminals and ghost guns aren't the issue, but you're just saying that ghost guns are the issue? I'm sorry. Am I the only motherfucker that speaks English that sees this shit?
Time in Pennsylvania, and we do just that. We have special units in my office dedicated to gun trafficking. I formed a special alliance, for example, with New Jersey Attorney General Gurbir Graywall, and we launched an initiative to focus on gun trafficking between predominantly Camden and Philadelphia, where we recently had an Operation Zombie, which netted us more than 26 guns and shut down a gun trafficking ring there as well. We can do both. We're also finding the gun traffickers are trafficking in these ghost guns. And remember, typically, if you're a criminal and you are in need of getting a gun, you either need to rely on a gun trafficking network,
Or you go to your local crack house, the same place you're getting your illegal drugs.
Or you could also go to, say, Mexico, go talk to a cartel and buy all the shit you want.
If you think for a minute, like our southern border, okay, you have people from every fucking country crossing our southern border. They're toting around bales of drugs that are hundreds of pounds, 200 pounds or so. Motherfucker straps it on his back and he fucking just Jose Cuervo's his ass right across the border and goes and sells it. If you shut down any guns in America, you said, nope, can't buy any more guns, and the cartels know there's money in it, that same person that was toting the illegal drugs is going to tote half the drugs he was carrying, and he's going to stack up with, I don't know, fucking gun parts. You goddamn jackass.
Oh, so Coop, I'd like to also point out something. You know what cartels did before drug running?
Huh?
Arms smuggling.
Oh, yeah.
And we only made it a problem because we actually made it a problem. We actually made a prohibition on drugs. And that's where they made money off it. Marijuana to crack cocaine to other types of drugs.
Well, look at what we have now, okay? I'll show you guys. So this is a prescription of hydrocodone. Used to, back, hell, when I was in my 20s. So 22, 23, maybe even 21. I could go see my doctor for something, but I could call him up and be like, hey, dude, my back's fucked. I'm in a lot of pain. Can you write me a prescription? And my doctor would go, yeah, cool, man. I'll write you this, this, and this. Call the pharmacy. No problem. You go pick it up. Everything's good. The DEA and the government gets involved in all this shit. Well, oh, these pill mills and people are buying all these pills and selling all these pills. Got to shut this down. So they get the DEA involved in it. But what happens is instead of people getting prescriptions that they need, now it's fentanyl, and you got people dropping like fucking flies. They just made the problem exponentially worse.
You pretty much had a big ass fire and you just doused it with gasoline. No,
Yeah.
you didn't pour it out. You just doused it with gasoline and make it bigger.
Yeah. Hey, let's put this fire out. What are we going to put it out with? I don't know. We got 100 gallons of gasoline. Oh, makes sense to me. Throw that bitch on there. Fucking God. Makes me want to just pound my head to the table. It's just the ridiculousness of this shit.
Rely on a straw purchaser to go in for you. Utilize these ghost guns, which do not require a background check. You take the straw and the gun trafficker out of that equation, and the criminal can now buy the guns directly. So we can do all of the above, but we can't ignore.
Yep.
Motherfucker. The ghost guns are kits, not firearms. You lying sack of shit.
It's okay. This printed out is basically a firearm because all the pinholes are basically there. You know, it needs a little cleanup. Thank you, 1776. Dude, Knuckles. This thing printed like a dream. Thank you a lot. But yeah, it's everything that they offer is nothing more than making the issue worse. As soon as the cartels can figure out, hey, oh, the Americans can't get guns. Americans want guns. What are they going to do? They're going to make a deal with like Hezbollah or the fucking Taliban to get guns from them since they're doing deals already for the fucking raw components for the drugs. And they're just going to start bringing firearms in. You think you got a problem with Glock switches right now, you dumb motherfucker? Wait till cartels find out they can make more money off of selling gun parts in the United States. It won't be, oh, I brought in this frame. I brought in this barrel. It's going to be, no, I brought in this fully automatic fucking 249, and that's what Leroy, the fucking drug dealer, has now.
I also got something I want to show you, Coop. All right, they're worried about polymer frames and shit. I showed this to John Crump and Dark. This is a function firearm, and it's made out of wood, dude. It's a lower frame out of wood. What, you gonna go to every hardware store and confiscate all the wood beams that they made?
Oh, well, look at this. Let me open this up, and I'll share this. Okay, but look at this. So they're saying you have this inanimate object that is unfinished, and that's a gun, right? You have this part that, oh, we're going to call that a suppressor, even though, like a solvent trap, if you try to fire a round through it without finishing it out, you're going to blow the gun apart and more than likely injure or kill yourself. But they could do the same thing with your household chemicals. Okay, with the right person and a little bit of knowledge, you can make a lot of very dangerous explosives with your average household chemical. So are you going to come in my house now and say, wait a second, you have bombs there? And I'm going to go, wait a second, all I have is Clorox bleach. You know, I've got some laundry detergent. Well, all those can be used to make a bomb. So therefore you have a bomb. So therefore you get to go to prison.
I know I can fly.
Who's firing the Big Daddy next to him? Because that sounds like some 50 cal action that's going off over there. But yeah, it's a fucking wooden frame. I can't remember how many people, if you remember the stream I did about the hearings for the original NFA, they admitted in the hearings they can't stop prisoners from making guns in prison. It's just fucking, it's like,
I mean, Coop, speaking of that, you know what I actually saw that somebody made in Chicago?
Huh.
They had a whole table of firearms laid out there, that they confiscated. And guess what the fuck they had there?
Huh.
It was a piece of equipment from a local hardware store. It was, the caulking gun for glue.
Yeah.
He made it into a spring action, welded a fucking pipe from, for plumbing, and put a single shot load of a shotgun load round in there, and it works like a single shot, throwaway gun.
You can make a slam fire shotgun out of 2 pieces of fucking pipe and a nail.
That's what he made.
You look at, Adam Grubb. I don't know how many of you guys remember Adam Grubb, but Adam Grubb was just your average dude, man. He just liked mechanical workings on things. And he made his own machine guns. He'd buy the kits. I think he did like a Browning 1919. He had a grease gun, and the receiver of that grease gun was a piece of muffler pipe that he bought from like Napa. Had a AK that he built, I think an RPK. I got to get him. DLD did a show with him. I got to get him on a show and shoot shit with him. I follow him on Instagram. He's posted a bunch of his stuff, and Facebook, which I'm barely on Facebook these days. But he sent me some private messages, which he posted the stuff on his normal stream anyway. It's not like I was getting inside information. He was just sending me stuff that I'd asked about. But his uncle turned him in for having a machine gun. I think he turned him in for like the AK that he had. But it was so simple for him to take just your average over-the-counter products and finish these guns out, that it's more proof that all of this gun control, the NFA, is so much horse shit that it's just not even funny anymore.
Ghost guns, which are a massive threat in our communities today.
You showed us the jig, which is.
I can't remember who did the meme for me when I originally did this hearing, but they put JSD Supply when Sydney's holding up that jig like that. They put JSD Supply on the jig. It's funny as fuck.
Okay, he keeps talking about how everything's always about the most common death out there more than anything.
Yeah.
Here, I got some here. Let me see if I can get it going here. All right.
Yeah, I know, Crow. We're pausing it a lot, man. I'm sorry.
What do you think?
But hold on. What do you got? What do you got? Oh, hold on. I'm gonna have to bring you all the way up so I can see that. Hold on. Bring it up that way. 10 times more kids. Yeah. It's always all of their stuff is tailored towards people who really and truly are not informed about any of this. And they know that the average American is so lazy, they're not going to do any research. So they can get away with these lies. And Shapiro is under oath.
Which is a federal offense right there.
He's lying his ass off, and he should have been charged with perjury multiple times. And see, the thing is, Cindy Blumenthal and all those people sitting on the dais up there, they're not under oath. They can say whatever they want. And see, for me, if I'm down there testifying and I'm under oath, your ass sitting up there ought to be under oath just as much as I am.
Is in a sense the
something tells me this guy hasn't gotten lotion.
That is used to make the frame by drilling holes that are pre-marked.
So not the fucking line too much.
Yeah.
Particular artistry or craftsmanship involved in making one of these frames using a pre-made kit of this kind?
No artistry, no craftsmanship, and Senator, very little skill is required. Let me tell you how it really works. You go to the gun show, you go over to table A.
Again, this is where he's lying his fucking ass off.
And you buy them. You then go over to table B, you get the other parts. And by the way, table B is this far away. And as I talked about in the example of the York County gun show, they'll assemble it for you right there. In fact, they had a...
That's a fucking crock of shit.
Yes, that is an absolute felony. That's what you call manufacturing without a license. So if you saw that, if your agent saw that, that person is completely arrestable. They can be charged with that, and they can go to prison. So the ghost gun itself, cocksucker, ain't the fucking issue. It's your enforcement.
Criminal who is a white supremacist doing the work for you right there. So either they can do it for you there, or you could take it home, as was the example I used from Philadelphia, where they were buying them by the duffel bag load and assembling them there and then selling them for more than a 100% profit on the streets. I could have one of these put together within 20 minutes and send.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's where I would have handed him a kit. You got the jig already. I'll give you the frame. I'll give you a Dremel. 20 minutes. I want a fully functional fucking firearm. Get to fucking work, you little beady-eyed bastard.
Senator, as my wife and kids will tell you, I'm not particularly handy. So if I can do it in 20, someone who's handy can do it even less.
Mr. Spallina, you made reference to the prevalence of...
Now, again, Shapiro says that, but then they went and bought, I think, 2 P-80s. Then they brought those to the ATF and let the ATF finish those for them, which guess what is illegal because the ATF was manufacturing a firearm for somebody else.
white supremacists, extremists making use of these ghost guns particularly. Why is that?
Well, Senator, these guns are optimal for those groups. They appeal to these groups precisely because they are an end run around our federal and state laws. So if you are trying to stay off the grid, if you are trying to amass an arsenal without even your local gun dealer getting wise to it, ghost guns are a perfect way of doing that. And then when you use those firearms in crimes or terrorist acts, they're untraceable, back to you or your group.
And I think you testified also about 3D printed guns. This is a new technology spreading, more prevalent, and we should make clear that.
Now remember, hold on, let me shrink this down. So this is May 11th of 2021. 3D printing ain't new technology at that point, motherfucker.
The proponents of these guns make a contention that they are harmless, they're hobbyists, but in fact, this kind of exception can swallow the rule involving background checks and all the other gun safety protections that we have. What is this 3D technology?
The moment a person is getting some firearms, he's educated himself, and anything he does, he's held liable since the day he actually was introduced with that firearm.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, 3D printed guns, by the way, last time I checked, was a decade ago. Oh, yeah, 2011, Cody Wilson.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
This
Not
is nothing
new
new,
technology.
and this is a crock of shit. Fuck you, Blumenthal.
That's like saying print, shoot, repeat is fucking, he's some criminal or something. Fuck these people, man. You take it easy, brother. I just saw that. Take care of the girlfriend. You guys take it easy. Much love to you and the GF. Hopefully you have plenty of Tylenol or Motrin to take after listening to this shit. Or maybe you should just do some more DMT or something, or fucking share.
So 3D tech, and first let me just say, Senator,
Oh,
that
Lennon
the
again.
term ghost gun, which would apply to 3D printed guns or these unfixed frames and receivers, not a term that I made up. You can go to ghostguns.com or buy the Ghost Gunner. These are marketed this way precisely to people who are trying to avoid regulation. But 3D printed guns, just like other forms of ghost guns, take all the artistry, all of the skills out of it. With 3D guns, if you have a master file that's essentially
Okay.
the blueprints of the firearm.
I'm going to stop this. I'm going to let it play some more. But yeah, tell Hoffman, who is excellent at designing 3D printed guns, that there's no artistry to what he does. Tell that to Ralph and others and a lot of the designers for these things. There's no artistry. Yeah, fuck off. These guys, seriously, if these damn firearms companies were smart, they would be looking at a lot of these guys that are designing these 3D printed guns like the Mac and Cheese and others, and they would be hiring these guys because those guns they're badass 3D printed. They would be unreal if they refined it and were like injection molded and all that.
Arm, and you have the appropriate 3D printer, you can print either all or part of a firearm. It is newer technology. It is less available to the end.
Okay, I said I wasn't going to stop again. I'm going to stop it. Okay, tell me who is 3D printing things like barrels and all the other metal components that you need for a firearm.
Last time I checked,
but
a
it is
plastic
there,
barrel
and
will
you're seeing
explode.
fully operational firearms printed either in plastic or in aluminum.
My last question on this round is to
Who is 3D printing aluminum?
Commissioner Harrison. Commissioner Harrison, what kinds of crimes have you found that these ghost guns are involved in?
Thank you. We're finding that, first of all, there are a large number of people who are illegally carrying them on the street, transporting them in vehicles, but we are seeing a percentage of homicides and shootings being committed with Palmer 80s. So, for example, in 2020, 15 ghost guns were directly linked to a homicide or shooting, while in 2021, 15 were linked through ballistics to another gun. 17 have been linked to violence. This year, we're seeing an exponential increase in the amount of ghost guns.
Anthony, what's up, brother?
3 so far. The majority of them are being transported around the city in vehicles, and they're being used to commit shootings and homicides. And we're seeing a large number of people under the age of 21 and a large number of people who are prohibited by law from possessing a firearm or purchasing a firearm, found in possession of them, and are using them in those homicides and shootings. Some of them are being left at the scene.
Well, it's almost like you need to lock up violent people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vasquez, I'd like to start with you. Thanks for your service to our country, and thanks for your willingness to testify in front of our committee today. There are a number of people, including you, who have raised concerns that this proposed
Yeah, Crow, you're right about
the
that.
beginning of a national firearm registry. Can you
What
explain
are you
why?
doing, Snake?
Yes, sir, and thank you for that question. And I'd like to expand on that
What are you
somewhat.
doing?
One of the things said earlier was that citizens were required to serialize firearms since the beginning of the Gun Control Act, and that's incorrect. 923I under the Gun Control Act specifies that only licensed manufacturers
What
and
are you
licensed
doing?
importers are required to put a serial number on them so that an individual could still manufacture or build his own firearm without having to put required markings on it. And as far as turning this into a registration, I know the burdens that has already been put on gunsmiths. There's a fine line between what is a gunsmith
And the
what is a
manufacturer. Yep.
And the proposal was to have ATF, the ATF proposed was to give gunsmiths the ability to put serial numbers on homemade firearms for people who wanted to make their homemade firearm. And then they would mark these with a portion of their license and an annotated serial number. I could see in a very short period of time where ATF or Department of Justice would be contacting these gun dealers by their license number and asking them to produce the amount of firearms that they serialize for individuals on a daily or weekly basis. And then it comes, and like I said,
There's a problem right there I have with there. You know what that is?
What's that?
Self-incrimination.
Well, self-incrimination. But let me explain this to people on the short bus. Most gunsmiths who are repairing guns and shit like that, and updating guns, they don't have the proper equipment to be able to serialize a gun.
When it comes to the point is, if I make my own firearm, I'm not required to serialize it. So why should I put a serial number and give it up to somebody else and have them put it in some type of registry? And that's what it becomes.
Now, to be clear, most firearms that are used to commit crimes are obtained illegally in order to circumvent the next background check system. So in many cases, they're
like we
stolen,
just said.
or they're bought
Yeah.
by straw purchasers, or they're purchased on the black market. All of these things are illegal under current law. Now, in light of this, how will serializing 80% lowers and requiring a NICS check on law-abiding Americans who purchase them, how will that make us safer?
It won't.
Senator Lee, that is a great comment, because criminals do not fill out 4473s today, and they do not do NICS checks. So they will continually look for a loophole to find an illegal firearm. They are not buying firearms the way you or I would, and there will never be a shortage of firearms for criminals. As I said, I've traveled all over Central America and Mexico on behalf of ATF, and there was no shortage of foreign-made firearms. When they run out of firearms that they can attain in the United States,
All right,
they
pause.
will find.
Just what he said about foreign firearms. Mexico and Latin America, most of the shit has come from neighboring countries like Iran, China, Russia, you name it. It's on the fucking listings.
Hold on, I gotta turn my light on because I gotta be able to type real fast.
What he's saying is 100% correct.
Let me see whether I can find something real quick. If I can't find it quick, I'm just gonna let the rest of this play. Amazing gun skill process. All right. Here's one, and this is probably Kyver Pass. Okay. This is just one example.
I'm Nick Nimmin, and I'm a StreamYard user. For the last 6 years, I've been live.
So this is firearms manufacturing. This dude is way more technologically advanced than the guys doing it in South America. The guys in South America are using fucking templates. That's slick. That's a template or a oxy-fuel torch. The guys doing this shit in Brazil are using cardboard templates, hand cutting the material, and making like beautiful 1911s by hand.
Just like the Philippines.
Yeah. That pattern cutter right there, that's oxy-fuel, so it's oxyacetylene. And he's cutting the frame right now. Then they'll shape everything, file everything, grind everything, and have a freaking fully functional frame.
Yep, barrel time.
Yeah.
That's
But
on a lake.
this is how you would make a firearm. No serial numbers, no FFLs, no nothing, with pretty damn basic tools. So if that can happen there, do you not think people in the United States could do this shit? Let's see what he ends up with real quick. Yeah, that's some Kyver Pass stuff right there, but
damn.
I mean, making with some very basic techniques, making a functional firearm isn't going away at all. You can throw every regulation you want on it. It ain't going no goddamn where.
Other markets. Then it'll really get bad when they start bringing in these military grade firearms made in China, Russia, Yugoslavia, and other countries, because a criminal will always get the firearms they need to run their cartel organization.
Almost like Coop said that just a little bit ago. Look how empty that room is. Can I get it to back up right? Ah, fuck it. It's too hard to damn get it to stop.
Yeah, but there's not that many people in that room.
No.
12 out of those 112,000. So they don't go after very many of those who do it. So
Talking about
not
straw
even doing
purchases.
that begs the question, why do we need more laws in order to cover what's mostly being done only by the law-abiding and would be more likely to be done
Give me a
only
second.
by
I
the
got a
law-abiding
snake being
here?
unhappy. Well, not unhappy, just restless. Come here, buddy. Slow
That
down.
question right there is just to make people feel safer.
Well, yeah, it's all that whole. It's selling them a goddamn pipe dream.
It's a false sense of security.
It's the same with all of these stupid ass goddamn gun laws. Turn your mic on, Ashley. Jesus Christ.
But this is also another issue because the terminology that's used in most of these laws that go around firearms parts and features, which is really something that is a 20th century phenomenon in gun laws, the wording ends up being so confusing, convoluted, that it ultimately opens us up to not really be doing what everyone's saying that it's doing. It basically waters it down and isn't accomplishing
And
the
that
goal
is a feature, not a bug.
and a certain pro-gun control claim that it is.
These do raise significant concerns, and the Second Amendment, which we've had in place
What are you doing?
Since 1791, itself has roots in English legal history stretching back hundreds of years before that. We've got to be very careful before we tinker with that right, especially when we have to take into account what any proposed change in the law will do to the law-abiding and what that would even gain us.
I'm gonna skip around just a little bit.
At a greater
Oh,
rate.
here we go.
This woman.
We gotta listen to Diane here.
Senator Feinstein.
Chairman,
I think
And you look at that room. This is supposed to be this super important Senate Judiciary hearing. And look at how many people are actually still sitting around.
There's nobody there.
Yeah. And you see that with a lot of these hearings. They come in, they do their little sound bite to get their fucking attention, and then they're out. Oops, shit. That's not what I wanted to do. Back to Diane.
This woman.
Oh, she's a fucking absolute dingbat.
Guns, quote, a public security threat, and called on lawmakers to take action. Now, the interesting thing is, since that time, the problem has gotten worse. A special agent from ATF's Los Angeles Field Division.
I think the only thing
reported
worse
that
you've gotten is your own damn
41%
health.
Of their cases last year involved a ghost gun. 41% of their cases. So Commissioner Harrison, let me ask you, do you believe that the rise in ghost
What's Mike
guns
saying?
puts law enforcement at a
Close
greater
shop,
risk?
Yeah, Mike, take it easy, brother. Be
And
careful
I
closing up the
absolutely
shop, man.
believe that it puts us at a greater risk.
Barton,
As
what's
we've
up?
seen an
Taco,
exponential
what's
increase.
happening,
When we look
brother?
at 2019, we only recovered 29. In 2020,
Barton.
we've recovered 126. 2021, we've already recovered 83. And
Where
we
is
have
that?
percentages of those guns used in violent crimes like murders and
Oh, I like that.
This Sith Lord. That's about right.
Are buying them either on their own or through some other person buying them on their behalf for the sole purpose of illegally.
Now, remember the story that's been talked about, John Crump, Legally Armed America, where the kid, of course, he's over 18, so he's legally allowed to own a firearm, but he can't buy one from an FFL or can't buy a handgun from an FFL. So he had the P80, and then the gun store wanted to steal his shit because the owner of the gun store is a fucking idiot and doesn't know the goddamn laws.
Carrying them and using them in violent crime. And so we know for a fact that that's happening on the streets of America. And it puts us at greater risk because we lose the
My
ability
sister Taco.
to track down who uses the gun, where they got it from, or all the way back to its origin, to be able to know why and how a person
All right.
obtained that gun.
Can we pause this for a
and
moment?
hold
Just
people
respect.
accountable, not just the person pulling the trigger, but
Yep.
You know, just thinking about them just tracing and tracking all these routes of people who've actually previously owned a firearm. How much time they actually could have been just saving other people's lives.
Oh yeah, it's fucking. Because again, if a firearm with a serial number is used in a crime, say the criminal's dumb enough they don't destroy the serial number, all it's going to do, and this is what they want. All it's going to do is track that firearm to the original seller. And what they want to do is charge the seller for actually selling the gun, whether they sold it to a person who legally owned it or not. They want to punish the seller and put the seller out of business.
As well
That's
as the
what this whole
manufacturer.
serial number shit is about.
And especially the manufacturer.
Yeah, and they'll go after the manufacturers.
the person who obtained the gun for the sole purpose of passing it on to someone to use it in a violent.
Thank you.
That person is just as guilty, and it makes us exponentially more in danger.
Thank you.
Yes. And if you buy a gun or you build a gun and give it to someone knowing that they are going to use that in a crime, you committed a fucking felony.
Attorney General Shapiro, how has the rise in ghost guns affected law enforcement in Pennsylvania?
Well, Senator, as I mentioned in my comments earlier, we've seen a dramatic
Look at her
increase
squint.
just over the last few years in
Oh,
the presence
man.
of ghost guns all across Pennsylvania. In the last year, we've seen a 437% increase in the number of ghost guns that we've recovered. And those are just what law enforcement has recovered.
Oh,
Senator
fuck. I
Lee,
just
in-
had a
in
thought
his
and I gotta
questioning,
find it.
talked about that balance between protecting liberty. I'm paraphrasing, sir, protecting liberty and protecting public safety and keeping these out of the
Public
hands of
safety.
criminals. It is clear to me that this is a glaring loophole that criminals are taking advantage of by being able to ignore the straw purchaser, not have to engage with the gun traffickers, simply walk into a gun show where at one table they would fail a background check if they bought the fully assembled firearm, but instead they walk over to the next table, buy one of these, no background check, and they're on their way. Or they buy it from someone who purchased it at the gun show. This is the weapon of choice for criminals. This is what we're up against
Pause.
in the real world. This is what's killing people.
Yep.
All right. First it was rifles. Now it's polymer 80. Now it's just anything you want to fucking imagine and say, oh, this is what's killing people. Motherfucker, you can't stop people from dying whether you want to stop it or not. Natural or unnatural, it's gonna fucking happen.
Here, we'll show you what Josh Shapiro and Dianne Feinstein looked like before this hearing.
Oh, God. Gross.
Oh, my little Roy toy. What is it about good sex that makes me have to crap? You really jarred something loose, Tiger.
And all I'm simply here saying is let's require people to have a background check. Let's make sure criminals.
What you want is a fucking registry.
Yep.
We're going
How many
along.
more registries do you fucking need?
They otherwise would not be able to buy a gun. That's what we're up against. This is a real threat. This is a serious issue, and it is taking lives in our communities.
Thank you. You've made the case cogently. It's appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Feinstein. I understand that Senator Whitehouse
Oh God, here's another
is on
fucking
remotely.
douchebag.
I am,
Thank you, Senator Whitehouse.
and I'm
Senator Whitehouse's key phrases are dark money. Oh fuck. Let him testify to this shit because Jesus Christ.
there we go. Delighted to join you all.
Guarantee
Thank you
he's
so
thinking
much.
about dick right there. That's why he's smiling.
In Cranston, Island, the police chief is a wonderful guy named Michael Winquist. And Michael tells me that untraceable firearms, referred to as ghost guns, have become the weapon of choice for individuals involved in drug dealing and other criminal activity. Commissioner Harrison, is that what you are seeing in Baltimore and hearing from others in law enforcement?
Yes, sir, it is. Not just used by drug traffickers and people on the street selling drugs, but they are by many people just carrying them on the streets of Baltimore, transporting them in vehicles, and we are seeing them being used in non-fatal shootings and homicides. Perpetrators are sometimes leaving them at the scene. Sometimes some of our victims are in possession of some of them, but we're seeing an exponential.
I would have to look and find the video. Dark covered it, and I think I hit on it. It was these assholes talking about, P80s and ghost guns, and this gun was left at the scene of the crime, and it was a P80 sitting there, didn't have the tabs removed or anything, didn't even have a fucking slide on it.
Increase year to year, starting in 2019 through 2020, now in 2021, of people choosing the polymer handguns or the privately owned or ghost guns as the weapon of choice. More and more of these are being seen and confiscated. While we're still confiscating regular and traditional firearms, this number is exponentially increasing really fast.
And again, in Rhode Island,
That
we had a ghost
motherfucker's a
gun trafficker
donut's
who
worst
pled
nightmare.
guilty after selling to an ATF agent an M16 machine gun receiver that he built for $2,800 was the
Dude, I could build an actual full auto lower receiver for like $300. If this dude spent $2,000 and some change just building a lower, he got ripped the fuck off.
a fee and had promised to build more guns and to do more business. To what extent, Mr. Saplina, do you see this as a business model for people to create firearms outside of traceability and provide firearms to a criminal business network?
Gonna be my new term,
for that question.
poltergeist.
Yeah.
Like
This
this
is
one.
a business
It's a
opportunity.
poltergeist.
You heard earlier
There you
from
go, Ed. More fucking lying.
about the markup involved in these firearms, and that's because they are particularly appealing on the street. But
Just
let's take a
like
step
drugs
back.
and hookers.
If you are
and-
seeking
Because of their anonymizing characteristics.
exactly,
There's your Bolshevik
because
patch
they're
in your left arm right
unserialized,
there,
because
buddy.
there's no history
Yeah.
associated with them. When you acquire a gun illegally through an underground network, you don't know where that gun has been or what crimes are associated with that gun.
Kind of like
ritualistic or
sleeping with a
otherwise.
skanky
But
woman.
with
You
Can I
don't know
start
where it's
with you
been.
for just a minute?
Sure.
With you and I guess Attorney General Shapiro as well. I served in law enforcement as our state's attorney general. We had full criminal jurisdiction in
That's a
Rhode
sad
Island, like
statement.
Delaware and Alaska. I was the U.S. attorney. I've done some work in this space. And one of the things that was very helpful in investigating gun crimes is the traceability of the
this
weapon,
guy has
whether
so-called
a gun
enforced
that's left
laws,
behind or discarded unsuccessfully at a crime scene.
and he doesn't give
You
a
can trace
fuck
back
about the
to,
Constitution
in
or
some
your
cases,
rights.
even the original dealer who sold it.
And he's allowed to have
which then gives you
possible innocent
evidence to
people
work
getting
forward and
trapped.
try to figure
Yeah.
out who was at the crime scene, or ballistics, whether the projectile itself or the brass after it had been discharged by the firearm leaves marks that can be traced and cross-referenced. To me, that's a very important part of criminal investigation where shootings and murders have taken place. And to me, the families of people who've been killed are really owed that law enforcement use all these tools at its disposal to understand as clearly as possible who's behind these types of shooting crimes. How do ghost guns figure into that regime of evidence collection, analysis, review, and traceability that helps get to the bottom of fatal crimes?
Well, Senator, they don't
Fatal
fit
crimes.
into it. If you go and shoot someone with one of these ghost guns, you're not going to learn anything about the history of that crime gun from the E-Trace system, which
If you go and you wrongfully shoot someone with a gun,
You're held liable to the fullest of the law.
that is already illegal. It's fucking. It's not like you get a ghost gun and when you build one, you all of a sudden have a license to go shoot people for fucking free. It doesn't work that way. I posted in John Crump's chat tonight with all the guys, and we're talking about New Mexico and that crazy bitch. I leave my guns at home alone all day long while I'm at work, and they don't go anywhere. The AR-10's right where I left it. The AR-9 pistol's there. The fucking let's see, a 5.56 pistol. He's still where I left him. The 30-30 lever action. He's right where I left him. He's not a ghost gun though. He's serialized. He's got paperwork. Let's see, the AR-9, the AK pistol right there. He hadn't shot anybody. The M1 Garand sitting right there. Of course, he hadn't shot anybody. I mean that's a weapon of war though. The underfolder right there. The Yugo hadn't shot anybody. My 30-06 hadn't shot anybody. The AK that I built next to that hadn't shot. It's almost like these are inanimate objects and can't act on their own. Fuck me running. Who knew?
which is, I believe, what you were referring to, because it's not in there. It's unserialized. In fact, under state law here in Pennsylvania, I'm required by law to track all crime guns and to trace them. And indeed, we are unable to do that with ghost.
All right, how the fuck are you supposed to trace a crime gun that's now been turned into a so-called ghost gun when they filed off the fucking serial number? Oh yeah, and most of the time those chemical traces aren't 100% success rate.
No, your average Glock, you guys know how it is. The serial number's up underneath here. I can damage that metal plate far enough where you're not going to be able to raise those serial numbers. And I can do that with with a rock. I can do that. I can get that gun from my local crack house, walk out the front door, pick up a piece of concrete, and I can damage that serial number or deface it enough where it's not going to be traceable. And they add those guns into privately made firearms so they can pump the numbers up of the so-called ghost guns being used in crimes.
Guns because they are unserialized. That's the issue. that we are not able to do that traditional law enforcement work that you did during your time as Attorney General, that General Nerona
And
does
just to
now.
be clear, you do that in order to solve crimes and help victims, not to create some kind of weird national registry or database, right?
Of course, we've had serial numbers on guns for quite some time. We don't have a registry. I'm not advocating for a registry.
Yeah,
What I'm advocating
never
for is
mind the
crime
fact
victims.
that
I'm
the
advocating for safer
ATF
communities.
has
I'm advocating for
billion
keeping
records
guns
of
out of the hands of criminals. And to simply require a background check and the serialization of these guns will go a long way to doing that.
Thanks, Attorney General. And Chairman, thank you. Terrific hearing. Well done.
Thank you
Yeah,
very much,
thanks for
Senator White.
jacking
I really
everybody
appreciate
off.
your joining us. We have time for additional questions. I don't know whether there are other.
Let's see. I'm gonna finish
To
this
the
out, and then I'm
previous
gonna
owner and
crash.
that previous owner, the system we have now for lawfully sold firearms.
No, Senator. And the regulations
After
that have
this,
been
I'd like to show you
proposed
that
are just
two videos
treating
from England. if you could.
these
Yeah.
ghost guns the same way we treat all other firearms.
So this concocted fear of a national registry seems like some kind of
Snake.
smokescreen. Is it
Do
not?
you believe this
That's
bullshit,
correct.
Snake?
And
No, you don't believe it either, do
serialization
you?
has been required
Yeah,
on
he's full of shit.
commercially sold firearms since at least 1968.
Even the hog nose
and
says he's full of shit.
This would just apply that same rule to homemade firearms.
And as Attorney
Coming from a
General
guy that looks like fucking Vladimir Lenin,
Shapiro and
who
Commissioner
actually
Harrison have testified very cogently,
is a bad guy. He was a communist.
Yeah.
law enforcement needs those serial numbers when guns are discovered at the crime scene in order to figure out who used them. And even if they are stolen or lost,
Pause.
the gun still can be traced to the previous.
Yep.
If you wanted to trace the actual fucking guy that did a murder or something like that, newsflash, you ever thought of checking for body fluids, blood, fingerprints?
You know, a lot of criminals, believe it or not, are caught when it comes to a firearm is when they're loading a magazine, when they push the round into the magazine with their thumb and they leave a thumbprint on every single fucking casing that they load. That is more effective than a serial number on the firearm.
Thank you.
Owner and that previous owner can be questioned, correct?
That's correct. It's a very important piece of evidence in solving any gun crime.
Bullshit.
Attorney General Shapiro, I think just very recently you apprehended suspects.
They caught the tater.
Alleged criminals who were using ghost guns. Could you describe that incident?
Senator, Mr. Chairman, there have been so many incidents of this. I'm not exactly sure which one you're referring to. We had one about a week and a half or so ago where we had very serious meth dealers in the Lehigh Valley who had $1 million worth of meth, which, for the record, is a lot of meth.
So wait a second. You're telling me someone with $1 million worth of methamphetamine didn't give a shit about your gun laws?
This is coming off Breaking Bad 2.0, apparently.
Yeah. It's almost like criminals are going to criminal.
They also had ghost guns on them and Nazi paraphernalia. These were serious criminals in our communities. And in order to foster their illegal drug trade, they were relying on ghost guns because it was the only guns they could get their hands on because of their criminal.
Horse shit.
Didn't I just say they
if you have $1 million worth of methamphetamine, I guarantee you there are plenty of stolen guns with removed serial numbers in that equation.
Thank you.
No background.
These ghost guns.
What do you got? I got $1 million worth of meth. I want that handgun right there, and let me go ahead and do a Nick's background check. Even my snapping turtle is going bullshit. Even Snakey's like, fuck, that hurts my goddamn brain.
Are not only these kinds of handguns, but often they are AK-47s.
That's correct.
Correct?
That's correct, sir.
In fact, I
Which have
recently
been legal
saw
since day one.
an ad online for one of them. The seller of an AK-47
Oh, yeah. Listen to
build kit
this.
announced that it was, quote, one of the simplest processes to date, end quote. The seller helpfully provides a
Hold on. I got to try to back that up a little bit because I have built AKs.
Saw an ad online for one of them. The seller of an AK-47 build kit announced that it was, quote, one of the simplest processes to date, end quote. The seller helpfully provides a video to assemble it. Another seller boasts that.
Okay.
You don't assemble an AK, you build it from the ground up.
If someone ever tells you that an AK is one of the simplest guns to build,
they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Fucking set their house on fire and run because they're a goddamn idiot. I've built 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 AKs. It was the first gun that I ever built. Getting in there and actually crushing rivets and getting everything seated right, getting your trunnions in right, fucking dimpling your receiver, that is magnitudes harder than building a fucking AR. So if anybody says, oh, yeah, it's an AK, it's the easiest thing in the world to build, they're a fucking idiot.
Also, when they say it's cheap, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
15 kit, quote, building time doesn't take too long. Within an hour or so, you should be breaking it in at the range, end quote. Have you seen these kinds of ads? And
I would pay damn good money. And for those of you who know who Jim Fuller is, the fucking godfather of building AKs, I would pay good money to watch Jim Fuller punch this douchebag dead in the fucking face.
Sales.
We've seen these ads, we've seen these sales, and we've seen these guns on the street. I would just point out something that I think should hopefully be an obvious fact, but criminals oftentimes are wary of buying these online. I think, Mr. Chairman, you referred to an online advertisement that you saw. Why are they wary of doing that? Because it requires some sort of payment that you could then, in law enforcement,
because
potentially trace back.
everything you do
More often
online
than
is
not, We're
recorded.
seeing the criminals at the gun shows, whether they're buying the AK style or they're buying this style, purchase these ghost guns with cash.
Because obviously
and then
building
use
an
them,
AK is
for
as easy
criminal
as building a
activity,
polymer 80.
oftentimes the same day.
And the cash can't be traced either.
That's correct.
Yeah, you guys remember all this shit about the government wanting to go to a cashless society?
Commissioner Harrison, how do the men and women in your police force feel about these ghost guns?
Well, just like I feel about it, just like the chiefs across America, the men and women in rank and file of my department and many departments are concerned that because this is becoming the weapon of choice, it's going to make our job that much
Now
more
remember,
difficult.
the weapon of choice for mass shooters is AR.
Just recently, the latter part of last year, our warrant apprehension task force executed a search and seizure warrant for a subject who had committed a non-fatal shooting. In there, we found a bunch of firearms, but 8 of them were ghost guns, or these privately made firearms. And we were unable to determine how he acquired them, where he acquired them, from who would have sold them or given them to him. Now, while we can do ballistics checks to tie them to other shootings, perhaps it is unknown to us how we hold people accountable who would have bought these guns, or even if he bought them for the purpose of selling them and putting them into the hands of other people. And what we're seeing is a large number of people under the age of 21 who are not allowed to purchase or carry a firearm now in possession of these ghost guns.
No, you motherfucker. That's another bullshit lie. If they are under 21, that means they cannot purchase a handgun from a federal firearms licensee. They can, however, purchase that gun in a person-to-person sale, and it is completely legal. If they are over 18, they can purchase a polymer 80 kit legal, build the gun legal, carry that gun legal, as long as their state will allow someone who is 18 to have a concealed carry permit. You're full of shit. You fucking fat donut eating motherfucker.
And mind you, this is Baltimore, Maryland.
Yeah.
Guns. So the men and women of my department, and as a leader in a number of policing agencies, talking to chiefs every week and every day, we're all very concerned that more and more people who should not have them are getting them, and more young people who otherwise would not be able to get them are getting them, and they're untraceable, and crimes are going.
Dude, go after Glock switches in your own town, you fat fuck.
Mr. Splina, you mentioned in response to one of Senator Whitehouse's questions that the motive of the manufacturers of these ghost guns is hardly to promote the Second Amendment rights. So,
Taco, the best way, the first AK I built was from a flat from AK Builder, and I built the jigs to actually bend that flat. It's laying around here somewhere because I basically tore that gun apart and then redid it again. But yeah, you talk about building an AK from a flat, then you got to weld rails in, then you've got to put, your center support in, and then you've got to drill all your holes for your trunnions, then you've got to rivet everything in. It's a damn serious process building an AK. The best way to build one is to get a pre-bent 80% receiver. That's the last 3 guns that I built. And then you've just, you've got to locate holes and shit like that. If you get the jigs from AK Builder, it's not horrible. There's still a lot of work involved in it. Way more work than building an AR. So yeah, anybody right now, if you were going to, and here's the thing, I can get the tools, every tool that I need to build an AR for, I don't know, $200 maybe. And then the receiver, I'm not in that very, very much. AKs, on the other hand, if you want to get the tools to properly build an AK, you're going to spend about $800 worth of tooling before you even get started building the damn gun. And that's the last time I priced it, and prices have gone up since then.
people buying them. They're making these ghost guns because they're
I'll be back in just a sec.
This has become a very big business.
I'm going to put Snaky to bed.
It's a big business. It's growing and becoming more and more profitable, correct?
That's correct. We've identified, in fact, just last year, we identified 80 online sellers of ghost guns. That number's up to 100 this year. And the marketplace has not only grown in number, but it's grown in boldness too, right? You've seen now not just the receivers and frames, but full kits. You've seen the quotes that you mentioned. It's ridiculously easy to build. Anybody can do it. And we've seen those manufacturers appealing to the fact that these are in fact untraceable ghost guns.
So in their ads, in their sales pitches, they explicitly pitch that they're untraceable because they have no serial numbers.
That's correct, Senator.
That's one of their major selling points.
Right. Yes, sir.
And why it's becoming a bigger and bigger business. Did you say more than 100 manufacturers are now?
More than 100 sellers online, yes.
Let me just close by saying, well, let me ask the ranking member whether he has any more questions. I would just close by, first of all, thanking all of you for being here today. What we're seeing in the surge and even explosion in the number of sales of these homemade weapons is absolutely stunning. I think it creates truly a threat, not only to legitimate law enforcement, but really to any kind of gun safety protection, because it creates the ability to create a kind of fully visible black market.
Mm-hmm.
Guns sold to criminals in plain sight.
Mm-hmm.
No checks, no background verification, nothing. And that's the reason that President Biden has acted to stop them, and why law enforcement is so strongly in favor of this new regulation. Your testimony has been very powerful. I thank all of the witnesses for being here today. And unless the witnesses have anything to add, I'll close the hearing. Senator Lee.
Ms. Lubinsky, can you tell us why Congress in 1968 decided not to serialize homemade guns?
Well, there's a couple of reasons that appear in a lot of these things, but it's important to state that a lot of the Gun Control Act was actually to stop importation of the firearms that were called Saturday Night Specials from coming into the United States. And it's important to note with this that a lot of that were striker fired technology that had been around for a really long time. So serialization is not a be all to end all in terms of tracking a firearm. They were originally used as more of an assembly number on the firearm. Antiques that also include striker fire guns, semi-automatics. These things all made before 1898, which was also added on during the Gun Control Act of 1968, can be fully functional firearms that are a lot of the terms that we talk about today as a concern for technology. These things as well are things that aren't necessarily traceable, because an antique, which again can be a semi-automatic, can be a striker fire, can have what's called a high capacity magazine, these things are also not legally firearms.
Now, there's been some talk about a national gun registry, and we've had some people say that they don't subjectively intend to create a national gun registry with this regulatory change or otherwise. But that's not really the concern, is it? Doesn't it relate to where it might naturally lead?
Well, there are, concerns with serial numbers and the kind of forms that you fill out with the background checks. But ultimately, the serial number question it's interesting because the ATF is talking about in their latest proposal where to put a serial number on some of these things. And it's unclear where they think that that is important. And so a lot of issues coming in with serial numbers on these 80% firearms, because 100% do have serial numbers and do undergo the background checks. A lot of this conversation is where you put it, where the most important thing is, and it makes it just incredibly confusing. And as the ATF is discussing, and if you read their definition, it doesn't really provide any clarity on where and why it's important. And additionally, the new definitions are so ambiguous that they could include a lot of different things, and they are putting the power into the director of the ATF rather than Congress overall for how to determine whether or not you need to put a serial number on, and whether or not these things are considered quickly assembled, or if there's filing and other processes that are used and made to, in fact, make a gun functional. Just because a firearm can be assembled does not mean it is functional. And if I may really quick touch on the conversation about ads and sales. And this is something that I don't
100% too
typically,
many.
as a historian, use in order to understand reality. If Hiram Percy Maxim hadn't called his gun a silencer in his patent, in his marketing, we may not have as much regulation of silencers, similar to Europe, where in a lot of places you can buy them over the counter. But he used the term silencer because it was impactful to the marketing, even though it's not true. So a lot of things get marketed even though they're not true.
The fact that they're marketed that way shouldn't impact their legal classification or diminish the liberty of those who utilize those products.
Correct. Marketing slogans are used to sell products, but it does not mean that that is how they function. It does not mean that that is reality. And it's a question of whether or not the consumer can look through a marketing slogan and see and have autonomy in their own right to do the research and know what's reality and what's a product to sell.
Mr. Vasquez, in the minute I've got remaining, do you want to add anything to what Ms. Lubinsky said and what you've commented already today with regard to the risk of the creation of a national gun registry?
I would like to talk about the gun registry and tracing real quick. If you look at how it's speculated that homemade firearms will be serialized by this new rule, it is very close to making a gun registry.
Now I'm going to end this one
Now,
after
as far as
Mike Lee's done.
Tracing is not the end-all cure-all. Tracing a firearm will take you to the last commercial purchase, period. Majority of the firearms in commerce today are used guns or deliberately purchased as straw purchases. So those firearms, you know right then and there that it was a straw purchase, or this gun may have been sold 2 or 3 different times and entered in commerce. I have personally brought back disc loads of thousands of firearms from Central America where we entered them to the tracing database to attempt to do trafficking schemes. All of these firearms were entered and we had no source. They were never completed trace. And along with that, we keep talking about a gun without a serial number. How many of these firearms that are collected had the serial number ground off? That has not.
Yep.
He's mentioning Latin America, and some of those countries are somewhat close to being third world nations, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
Mind you, their local law enforcements, they don't have the technology like we do. And do you think they're going to fucking put a backlog and trace certain firearms that have been used in crimes?
No. Well, that's why he's talking about, having to try to trace these serial numbers and shit on the U.S. end of it.
Yeah, but Latin America, they don't have shit.
No.
Not being discussed. So I know the tracing is not a cure-all, end-all. Garbage in, garbage out is a magic term for the tracing data. And tracing data can be skewed by anybody in the manner that they request the data. So when we talk about tracing a firearm, the serial number is not going to guarantee that you can trace that firearm.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Lubinsky, I'm going to give you an opportunity to clarify, as a historian, a little bit of what you said. You're aware that the current background check system was adopted in the early 90s.
I like how smug this prick gets. Which, if I'm remembering right, she shuts his ass down pretty good.
1990s, I think 1993, correct?
Correct.
Has it led to this massive national registration system?
Not currently.
Now, remember, at this same time, of course, John Crump's reported on, and other people have, that the ATF has over 1 billion records of firearms transactions. It is a registry. They just have the search function turned off, and they can turn the search function on anytime they want.
And I think Senator Lee asked you earlier about 120,000 NICS denials, correct?
120,000, and that was specifically referencing straw purchases. Yeah.
Are you sure that it was straw purchases or simply NICS denials?
I believe, according to the government agency, which I can't remember the name of it right now, that it was straw purchases, but I'd have to check.
Yeah, I think you should check, because I think you're referring to the number of denials, not necessarily the number.
He's so fucking. Oh man, there's
His loose lip. That's not.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. He is such a smug prick.
Yep.
Of straw purchases, but we can check. And finally, are you a supporter of the background check system?
As a historian, I can analyze.
As a citizen.
Well, it is. I don't really talk about my personal feelings because My job as a historian is to analyze it one way or the other. So I don't speak publicly on whether or not I support them, but I can speak publicly on the things that are on that background check form and when and how they're being used.
Are you aware that some 90 or 95% of the American people favor universal background checks?
Bullshit.
The universal
Not when
background
it's
check,
being
which is
weaponized
not being
against your own
discussed today, but
citizens.
it's an interesting conversation because it gets back to the conversation of ghost guns and terminology that people feel like they can get behind without fully understanding the ramifications of that. And as I understand, which this gets a little bit into areas that are not necessarily historical, but there are issues within the way that the background check form is searched in terms of the lack of serial or the lack of social security number that is not required. And so before considering expanding universal background checks, you need to look, and like I've said before with this, internally at the laws, how they're phrased. Are they working as they are? Are we?
Dude, me and my wife were talking about background checks last night, or hell, it might have been this evening before I went live. And her working as a gunsmith, when they receive a gun, they do the work before they check it back out to the person. They got to do a background check. And my wife will tell you that it comes in spurts to where they end up with more denials at certain times. She says just like, they go along fine, everything will be cool. And then that same person can walk in the next week and all of a sudden they're denied, even though the week before they were perfectly fine. And that shit is by design. It's a way for the ATF to actually sit there and deny people their rights. Because, 90-something% of actual denials on firearms purchases through the NICS system are all false positives. That's the reason you very rarely see someone prosecuted when these people talk about the whole try and buy.
Enforcing those things before trying to make it bigger and grander and really put a burden on a lot of people that have to do that and may cause down the road an issue of can we keep up with that and are we actually accomplishing what we're trying to?
Let me just conclude by asking the three or two law enforcement officials who are here. Attorney General Shapiro, would putting serial numbers on ghost guns, in other words, eliminating ghost guns, help save lives?
Without a doubt.
Yeah,
You see
bullshit.
them cutting down
That's
lives.
a crock of
every
shit. It's not gonna
single
really do
day.
shit.
They act like the serial number is this thing that cannot be removed. It's there. Once it's serialized, it's in fucking stone. It can't be changed. And in the same fucking breath, they'll turn around and say, well, yeah, people are damaging serial numbers and they need to go to jail for removing the serial numbers off of guns. Fucking.
It's like that.
Good Lord. If I was man against the masses, I swear to God, I'd put a penis head right on top of that picture right there and post that shit at his mama's fucking funeral. Well, gravesite at this point.
We're here asking the United States Senate for action. I've heard from the acting ranking member and others, critique of the ATF and their actions. I've heard critiques of the Biden administration. The surest way to deal with that is for Congress to actually do something and pass a law that's going to really have an impact on saving lives. And one of the best ways that this body.
Yep.
Coop, you just had a New Mexico governor.
Mm-hmm.
They asked her flat out, the suspension on 30 days of people using their rights, is this going to combat crime and actually stop criminals? She said flat out no.
No, she says it in her statement that criminals are not going to follow this. It's the same thing with the 1934 NFA. When you read through the hearings for the 1934 NFA, these politicians actually admit, no, this isn't going to stop crime. And we know this is going to get more innocent people than it will criminals. These people are fucking douchebags. And see, in even in the hearings for the 1934 NFA, these politicians, pretty much all of them, admitted that the federal government has no power to regulate privately owned arms inside the states. That's the reason they couldn't just flat out ban machine guns, and they went with a tax that has criminal penalties.
He could act to help us save lives is to have background checks on these ghost guns. That will save lives in Pennsylvania, and I would suggest across the country as well.
No,
Thank you. Commissioner Harrison, will
fucking douchebag.
putting serial numbers on ghost guns help save lives?
R4, what's up,
Chiefs
brother? I just saw
across
you.
America and law enforcement executives, probably most, if not all, join me in saying yes to that, because we can absolutely hold people accountable for illegally buying them and then illegally selling them and passing them on to people who should not have them or otherwise would not be able to get them.
It is
Absolutely.
already illegal for you to purchase a firearm or to have a firearm and give it to someone that you know is a criminal. That's already illegal.
And this is relying on the same agency that did, Operation Fast Furious, gave a whole bunch of arms that all across the board to Mexico's cartels.
It's even worse than that. This is an agency, the ATF, that went into gun shops and said, look, you are going to sell us guns, and we are going to do whatever with these guns that we want. And when those guns were used in a crime, they went back and tried to prosecute the store owner for what happened with the gun, even though the ATF is the one who bought the gun and then put it into criminal circulation.
And you know what the crazy thing is about it too, Coop?
Oh, dude, we have the craziest thing about this won't end.
No, the Operation Fast Furious case was actually sealed off by an actual by a judge.
Yeah,
federal judge. The whole case was sealed off.
Well, you have people doing FOIA requests for records related to Fast and Furious, and that judge basically said, no, the government doesn't have to give those records up. Which legally, the government is required to give those records up.
And that raises a lot of questions with hairs sticking up.
Oh, dude, there's more. Whoa, yeah, there's questions out there for days. I mean, there's a gun shop that was involved in the Fast and Furious, and it may have been tracked to the gun that was actually used to kill the border agent. The ATF, it was one of those situations. The ATF come in and said, look, you are going to sell us these guns. We're going to take these guns and do what we need to with them, and you can just sit down, shut up, and, take your little payment. And when that gun was used to kill the border agent, the ATF went back after the gun store, even though the gun store had no say-so in it, because the government is the one that forced them to sell the gun in the first place. People do not realize, and it took me a long time to realize just how dirty our fucking government is. Our government hasn't changed. They're the same people who poisoned people during Prohibition, because fuck them if they're drinking alcohol and it's illegal. We don't care whether they die, go blind, or anything else. And they knew what they were doing. They knew they were going to harm otherwise innocent people. They just didn't give a rat's ass about it. It's the same government that watched people with syphilis and said, hey, yeah, we're helping you out. Just hang in there. It'll be okay. We got all this medication. And they watch people suffer through syphilis, the Tuskegee experience. They watch people suffer through syphilis the whole time bullshitting them while they were simply sitting there and documenting how syphilis affects the human body. They use them as lab rats. And this government hasn't changed. And as a matter of fact, the only thing it's gotten is more blatant about their abuses.
Believe it would save lives.
Mr. Sablina, based on your extensive experience with ghost guns, do you think putting serial numbers on them would help save lives?
Yes, Senator, I do. And as Senator Cruz said,
Hold on. From that angle right there, that motherfucker looks like a goblin from Lord of the Rings. Just saying.
Earlier, strengthening the system is an important way of keeping the public safe. If you believe that the background check system can help save lives, then you have to believe that regulating ghost guns.
And if you believe in the Easter Bunny, you'll get candy on fucking Sunday or something. I don't fucking know.
All right.
It's a bunch of horse shit.
And if you think a gun registry is a good idea, look to 1928 German laws, Nuremberg laws,
Yeah.
that Adolf Hitler implemented against all.
Well, it
German
wasn't
Jews.
Hitler didn't implement the registry. The registry went in before Hitler. Hitler just took the registry and went, oh shit, now I know where all these guns are at. You fuckers come turn your guns in, or we're going to take our guns and come shoot you in the face and take your guns.
And they still did it.
Yeah. And if you think our government won't do that, you're a fucking idiot.
Will save lives.
Thank you. This hearing record will remain open for a week. We may have some written questions for you, and we'll send them to you if we do. Thank you very, very much to all our witnesses and to my colleagues.
So anyway, let me kill that. And now we're back. So yeah, that is the whole ghost gun situation as it stands right now. So we went over the Vanderstock case to start this out, and the Fifth Circuit, who's got the case right now, I do believe they're going to tell the ATF to get fucking bent. And I think this is going to go to the Supremes, because the Biden administration is going to keep appealing this. Every time they lose, they just keep appealing and appealing and appealing. The wild card is the Biden administration is hoping on winning in 24, and I will guarantee you pretty much 100%. I'll call it 95%. If the left wins in 2024, they will pack the Supreme Court. And what's going to happen is these cases will hit the Supreme Court after it is packed. And the Supreme Court will uphold the government's unconstitutional powers. And it's going to get real when that happens.
It's in the video.
Let me see. Let me open it up.
Yeah, this is the first one, and there's the second one. It just proves it wrong. I'll show you.
Hold on, I got to do another screen share real quick.
Yep. So this was a deactivated gun in England, one of many.
Europe smuggles. Yeah, it's this one.
This is in France.
Program. And after the series of terrorist attacks in Europe, people really urging their governments now to find ways to protect them. One of the major concerns is the number of illegal weapons circulating right across Europe, despite gun laws being relatively strict. Well, as Shirley Simpson reports, the authorities have neutralized thousands of firearms, but traffickers have always found ways to reactivate them.
You think?
These customs agents are not waiting at the border. They're about to search a house they believe is packed with weapons. They advance slowly, entering rooms only once they know they're safe. The suspect isn't home. His wife is, and she has just received ammunition and a gun part. The operation is dangerous. A police dog unit is there to help find the entire.
Okay, so this is France. I will bet my left testicle that these folks are Muslim and they really don't give a shit about French law.
Entire arsenal.
On a un pistolet mitrailleur Uzi. Là, sur l'étagère, à ce niveau-là, on voit un fusil de type Kalachnikov.
So Uzi on the shelf. Kalashnikov.
They found a bunch of weapons, many illegal. Some are collection pieces which have.
I think you're missing a few parts on that AR. I could be wrong, but there's this receiver extension, buffer tube, all that kind of handy dandy shit.
Haven't been neutralized as required by the law. Reactivating them is easy for an experienced trafficker. Changing one of the rifle's parts is enough.
Ça, c'est une pièce qui n'est pas neutralisée.
I always say piece of the gun, carcass, been neutralized. Need to put it in a barrel.
La carcasse.
The barrel's right there.
Il suffit de remplacer le canon.
Il y a malheureusement des individus.
Unfortunately, some people don't realize that the gun orders they make and their resale could fall in the hands of organized crime groups or of militants ready to commit acts of terrorism.
De personnes qui souhaiteraient commettre des actes terroristes.
These weapons are used in movies. They were neutralized and can't fire bullets unless someone reactivates them. That's what did Amédée Coulibaly, the gunman who attacked a kosher
VZ-58 Czech rifle.
Yeah. How much you want to bet this dude right here is a Muslim and is an immigrant to France? Recent immigrant. You remember there was this thing, this soccer stadium a couple years ago, full automatic weapons, explosives, and all kinds of shit. Killed a bunch of people with all of this gun control surrounding that country. Is that a high power or is that
It's
a
Tokarev? That looks like
yeah, okay, yeah.
Yep, Toke.
That is the freaking looks like the dust cover off a PSL.
It's a VZ-58. If you
Is
look
that
at
a
VZ-58,
58?
it's a VZ-58 from the Czech Republic.
Okay, I just noticed that the spring was attached to the dust cover.
Yep.
So yeah, because that's the VZ bolt right there.
Yep.
VZ handguards, bolt, VZ. Yep. You got a good eye, Warsaw.
Market in January 2015. He used the same
Either that or you watched this already.
gun model, a VZ-58.
See.
This weapon was deactivated. 2 holes were made in the barrel. The people who reactivated it only had to fill it with pins. The chamber hasn't been changed, neither has the breech, nor the gun frame. You just need to fix the barrel to be able to shoot for real, which is exactly what was done to a weapon used in a recent terrorist attack.
More than a year before the Hypercacher attack, the European Commission issued a warning about so-called neutralized weapons. It said, law enforcement authorities are concerned that firearms which have been deactivated are being illegally reactivated and sold for criminal purposes. But no action followed until 2 years later, when European lawmakers opened a debate.
When you before I forget, R4, you still in here, man? How you doing these days, brother? You doing okay?
As a gun, it's no longer a weapon. It can be passed around anywhere across Europe. We should trace neutralized guns like they're real weapons.
Illegal weapons circulating in the EU usually arrive from its eastern members, whose laws on neutralized
a weapon. It can be passed around anywhere across Europe.
She looks a little Cro-Magnon, kind of a big forehead. Just saying.
We should trace neutralized guns like they're real weapons.
Maybe a little Klingon-ish.
Illegal weapons circulating in the EU usually arrive from its eastern members, whose laws on neutralized firearms are more lax. Police estimates show there are about 30,000 illegal weapons in France alone. 4,000 are weapons of war.
Here's a second video. All right, demilled or
Keep it quilted means you keep it the best.
Let's see. Hold on. Let me kill that one.
I mean, no matter what shit you do in Europe, it's not gonna fucking matter.
No, man. I mean, that's like it was a soccer stadium a couple years ago. You know, they caught him with freaking. No, that's not what I want to do. You know, they had full autos. They had freaking grenades.
Well, look at the ISIS attacks in France.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at it this way. You know, the guy in Nice, France. Okay, 84 people killed in just a couple of seconds with a truck. He just ran everybody over on the damn boardwalk. In the truck, they had explosives and they had full auto guns, whole 9 yards. The truck was more effective. If people want to do evil things, they are going to do evil things. What you can do to eliminate some of that is allow people to have the tools to defend themselves. And then guess what? You're going to cut down on a fuckload of evil people because they're no longer going to be above ground.
Police operation came to a swift end and
England
operation. Moments earlier, this group of men transferred suitcases from this boat to a van filled with one of the largest ever shipments of illegal guns from Europe.
These 58s.
I want more. The freaking. I want a Scorpion like that. I would love to have one.
VZ61s.
The parts kits for these Scorpions are not that expensive. And I would love to build one.
Largest ever shipments of illegal guns from Europe to the British mainland. Harry Schilling and Michael Dufresne were found guilty by a jury of smuggling the assault rifles and submachine guns into the UK. 3 other men, David Payne, Richard Rye, and Christopher Owen, had already pleaded guilty for their part in the operation. The National Crime Agency say the
that's another one of those situations. It's almost like if criminals realize they can make money off of something illegal, they're gonna do it. Who would have thought?
gang were well organized and had links to the criminal underworld, which means the weapons could have been used in serious crimes.
We don't know exactly where they would have gone on to, but they could have.
Those weapons could have been used in serious crimes. But if a person had those weapons and never harmed another living soul with those weapons, why does it matter if they have that weapon or not?
Devastating effects. These are weapons that could cause mass casualties. Each of the types of weapon can fire 800 rounds a minute, and you can imagine the effect that would have if they're in the wrong hands.
I like how they cite the cyclic rate on a gun, 800 rounds a minute. Like the thing literally has an 800 round mag on it or something. Fires 800 rounds a minute. It's got a 32 round magazine, which means the son of a bitch is going to be empty in 2 seconds. Fuck off, these people are.
Although the gang had no terrorist connections, the Czech weapons originated from the same shop as the ones used in last year's.
I mean, honestly, have you seen a full auto Scorpion?
I've seen it.
It fires so fucking fast that the mag is empty and you can hear the brass start to hit the ground.
The first movie I actually saw, one of those Scorpions, was Mission Impossible 2 with Tom Cruise.
What? Brandon Herrera built one. And you can literally slap a mag in it, pull the trigger, you can empty every round in the gun before the first piece of brass hits the ground. So when the gun runs dry, all you hear is tink, 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 the brass hitting the ground. That thing was made for a, oh shit, my tank got blown up and someone has to get the fuck off me. That's what that was made for.
Paris terror attacks. The guns had been reactivated for use. Harry Schilling was the man who organized the smuggling. The gang paid more than £20,000
Man, it's kind of looking at the old girl behind him.
£1,000 for the boat, which brought the guns into the country. And he made sure they communicated by using encrypted messages on mobile phones. But the gang, though, was still tracked and followed by the National Crime Agency, who were still able to make multiple and coordinated arrests. Before they were caught, Harry Schilling and Michael Dufresne boasted they were now gangsters. The gang will be sentenced next.
Goddamn, I know I need to go on a diet, but shit. He needs
English Mafia, my friend. That's the English Mafia.
Warren Nettleford, 5 News.
Man, it's the same old thing time after time after time after time. I mean, honestly. Okay, so there are those of us that are going to obey, and I'll say most laws. Because it's like that, the book 3 felonies a day. most people don't realize the amount of laws that they actually break in an average day. They're not trying to. There are just so many laws without victimless laws. I'll put it that way. In other words, they haven't harmed another single person. They just did something that the government said you can't do. We live in this
web. It's a web of law.
It's okay. And I've said it plenty of times. We don't have a justice system in America anymore. We have a legal system. The difference in between a justice system and a legal system is a justice system actually looks to justice. If someone's wrong, they are seeking to right that wrong. We have a justice or a legal system to where you can do something where there is no victim, where you didn't harm anybody, but the government merely said you can't do this thing, so you're now a criminal. If this country really wanted to get back to being a free country, you can balance every law in this country against very simple principles. As long as I don't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, then it shouldn't be illegal. If I wanted to sit in my front yard and smoke meth in my goddamn flip-flops, as long as I don't harm anybody else while I'm doing it, it shouldn't be illegal. Now, if I harm someone while doing so, much like with alcohol, alcohol is not illegal. Alcohol is the most destructive drug on this planet, just about. Right? If you want to see basically the worst of people, hang out in an emergency room on a weekend and see how many people come in for alcohol-related either crashes, injuries, you name it, versus weed. And weed's illegal. Weed's bad. Weed bad. Someone sitting at home smoking themselves into their fucking couch is a whole lot less likely to hurt someone than someone drinking alcohol. That's just a fact. It's one of, I don't know, it's one of those things, man. And I've gotten into it plenty of times where it's like we say America's a free country, and it may still be one of the freest countries on the planet, but we still have so many freaking just bullshit laws to where someone who is not a danger to anybody else, someone who's not, out there raping, murdering, robbing, you name it, they're just out there doing their own thing. They can go to prison for decades for simply doing something that the government said you can't do. Oh, you can't have a machine gun. Got to be registered. If I turned every gun in my house that is capable of going full auto, if I turned every one of them into a full automatic machine gun, select fire machine gun, you name it, and I never hurt another living soul with those guns, why does it matter? It shouldn't. The only thing that should matter is my actions negatively affecting another person. I don't have the right to use undue force against someone else. That's the only thing that should really matter, is my negative effects against another person. Not that I hurt the government's feelings. The government should fuck off. They shouldn't be near the size they are right now. I shouldn't be worried about who the fucking president is or who the vice president is or who's in the Senate or the House or whoever, because they should be restrained by the Constitution, and they shouldn't be able to do shit to strip me of my rights simply because they got more people to vote for. This is why this march towards calling this a democracy is so poisonous. Because in a democracy, if I can get more people to vote for me, well, I get to take Warsaw's shit. No matter what Warsaw's done, if I get 95 people to vote for me and only 75 people vote for Warsaw, well, I get to take Warsaw's rights. And that's not the way this is supposed to work.
Well, how about, remember we brought up miscegenation? Those laws which should have been struck down from the get-go, and yet they still allow them in the books for the Supreme Court.
Yeah. Well, it's the 10th Amendment Center. If you guys aren't following them, look up I think it's the 10th Amendment Center. They're a great follow, and they do a bunch of just absolutely great work at explaining constitutional rights and how government's supposed to operate. They did one the other day on, say, unconstitutional laws. If you can pass an unconstitutional law and that law is still legally binding, then that means the Constitution doesn't mean shit.
It's a contradiction.
It means whatever the government says goes, which is like not necessarily a monarchy, but hey, if I'm in power and I get more people to side with me, then that means I can pass whatever laws I want. If I can get enough people to vote for me or vote with me, and I say you can't wear a blue shirt on Saturday and you fuck up and wear a blue shirt on Saturday, well, I get to throw you in jail over that shit. Even though no one else was harmed, you weren't being, unduly aggressive towards anybody. You didn't deprive anybody of their property or life or anything like that. You just offended me. And I'm sorry, every one of us should be offensive towards the government. Every single one of us. Because the government's not the answer to the problem. In most cases, the government is the problem. Corn Pop, what's up, brother, man? I didn't see you come in.
I mean, even democracies and republics turn to dictatorships.
Yeah.
Look at Germany and Russia.
Well, the whole idea of our Constitution, and man, it's taken me a while to get here, but our whole idea of our Constitution was the Constitution was supposed to put these restraints on government. The problem with our Constitution, the problem with our Bill of Rights is there were no teeth built into it. In other words, there was nothing that really said, hey, if you sons of bitches do anything outside of these guidelines listed in this document, then you guys are the ones that get to go to prison. You guys are the ones that serve jail time. You guys are the ones that pay fines. There's no teeth like that built into this. So you can have a politician pass an unconstitutional law, like where we spend a lot of our time is with gun laws. You can have a politician pass an unconstitutional gun law, like, hey, no one can carry in this for 30 days. And you can have people arrested underneath that law. They can go to jail. They can lose their freedom, if not lose their life, if they dare tell the cops that they can get fucked. And the politician that passes that edict, or the politician that writes that law, the politicians that pass that law, nothing negative happens to them. And what happens is you have, Second Amendment Foundation, Gun Owners of America. You have all of these actual active gun rights groups that spend millions of dollars and decades fighting these unconstitutional laws. There are people who spend their time in prison due to these unconstitutional laws. And the people that wrote these unconstitutional laws and passed these unconstitutional laws, nothing happens to them. They just move to the next unconstitutional law. There's no trip there to say, hey, judge, you upheld an unconstitutional law. You're going to fucking prison. Or at the very least, you are getting impeached, removed from the bench. And guess what? You are no longer allowed to hold any office of power ever again, period. And if this was truly a free speech platform, there were a couple things I could add to that. But, you know, as much as I've toe the line, going to blow my own channel up, I'm not going to do it just yet. But, you know, again, if you pass or write one of these unconstitutional laws, someone goes to prison for decades. They lose everything. If that law went back through the courts, you fought it, it was found to be unconstitutional, the people who signed on to that law should go to fucking prison at the very least for the same amount of time your ass was in prison. If the government charges you under one of these unconstitutional laws, or even under a constitutional law in a lot of cases, and they lose, they should have to pay your lawyer's fees. They should have to pay you for pain and suffering. And yeah, will some bad people get away with some shit? Yeah, they will. But guess what? Bring a better case next time. If they are truly violent people that are preying on innocent people, they should be in prison and they should stay there. People who mess up, they break a law, they harm somebody, they go to prison. When they get out, every single right that they have as a human being should be restored. The only time you should lose your rights to property, to firearms, vote, you name it, the only time those rights should be restrained is when you are under the supervision of the state. Other than that, if you're walking around free, you should have every right of a free person. So, anyway, I'm going to end this one here, guys. I'm going to give me something to eat. I'm going to crash for a little bit. And then, again, this fucking schedule sucks, man. I got to be up early every morning, which has thrown me off for a little while because I'm a complete night owl vampire. And yeah, I would rather wake up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and go work a 14-hour shift than have to be up at 6:30 in the morning to go work an 8-hour day. That's the way my circadian rhythm functions. And right now I'm at the wake up early every day, work the 8 hours, and it's like, fuck me running, man. Can I go back to teaching night classes where I can sleep till 10, you know, work till 10 o'clock at night? But no, doesn't work that way.
Before we close off,
yeah, man.
I talked to a friend of mine about like this issue with buying shit from China.
Yeah.
There's a way to fix that. You know what it is? Move all production out of China into Mexico. You get rid of the poverty out of Mexico. The cartels, they have no power to gang on the citizens down there. You grow the economy, you create business to the United States and help out the Mexican government's economy.
Yeah, dude, there's the American government, and they are to blame for a lot of this shit. Make no fucking mistakes about this because they want to control shit. There are plenty of things we could do that would prop these other countries up, that would improve their economies, and we could have better relations with them. But our government won't do that kind of stuff because they want to be the big swinging dick at the party. And to be honest, I mean, a lot of these politicians and a lot of these rich people, they want the cheap labor of these immigrants. Instead of saying, hey, we can do legal immigration. You come here legally. We will pay you fair wages for the work that you do. You could have a path to citizenship, whole 9 yards. And we're going to do that on a basis to where, you know, you're not stuck in the shadows somewhere and then being under fear of being deported and all this shit. there's all of us know, pretty much all of us, especially the people who are into freedom, which that's where I split from some people who talk about, I'm Second Amendment supporter. A lot of people who say they're a Second Amendment supporter tend to throw that word "but" in there. To me, if you want to own a Stinger fucking missile, I don't give a rat's ass. Don't shoot my plane down. It's, I don't know. It gets way out into the weeds, which we've done that before. Hell, we've been in plenty of damn weeds. But I am going to end this one here, man. I got to get a little bit of sleep. I got to be up in just a little bit, so I get about 4 hours and then rock and roll.
Discussion, man.
Yeah. And I promise, guys, I'm going to start doing more lives like I was for a while. Now that I'm, I don't know, kind of acclimated to some things. We still got to do the oral arguments out of the Seventh Circuit. And it'll be, hell, we might do some tomorrow before DLD goes on. We might do some stuff out of the Seventh Circuit. Do another live and hang out. So you guys keep an eye out. I'm trying to work my stuff around things like Polite Society podcast. A lot of the live shows that we tend to follow. I'm trying to kind of cram my shit in between them, because there's so many people out there that I love to listen to that have great content. And I want to, be able to listen to them and not be too jammed up. So, but you guys keep an eye out, because tomorrow night, who knows? Like I said, before dark goes on, we might do another set of oral arguments out of the Seventh Circuit about the assault weapons bans and all that shit, and listen to that absolute fucking horse shit circuit. So you guys keep an eye. Anyway, I'm out, perps. You guys all be cool. I love you guys to death. I've certainly missed being online and hanging out. And I've got to do more of it, man. You guys are fucking outstanding. So you guys all be cool. Get you some rest if you got to go rest. If you got to go to work, go to work. Be safe. Keep that thing on you at all times. And we out.